Recording in progress. Recording in progress.
Good morning, colleagues. I hope everyone is well. Just going to give 30 seconds, like always, just to check that everyone is on that needs to be on, and then we'll start.
Good morning, Chair. I'm on. Thank you. Skosana David.
Thank you, Honorable Skosana. It's good to have you with us. There we go. I'm going to kick off for this morning. So just welcome to everyone for the committee, the Police Portfolio Committee session for today. We've got a few presentations ahead of us today and a few discussions too. I just want to check first that we have quorum. Babalwa.
Good morning, Chair. We do have a quorum. You can start a meeting.
Thank you, Babalwa. Then I just want to check, can we continue to adopt the agenda? Honorable Schikkerling.
Good morning, Chairperson. I hope you're well. Good morning to all the members. I move for the adoption of the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable
And I
Schikkerling.
second that.
Thank you, Honorable Kola Bonnet. I was wondering why everyone's so quiet. Good morning, Honorable Adams, as well. See you with us. I hope the signal works today.
Morning, Chair. Yeah, let's hope for the best.
Welcome. So then we continue with the agenda. Then Babalwa, any apologies?
Yes, Chair. I received 2 apologies from the Minister. He will be attending the special cabinet meeting at 11, but he requests to be excused at 10. And then Deputy Matale will be attending the Economic Cabinet Committee at 11. He also requests to be excused at 10, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Babalwa. I've got no other apologies from the members of the committee. Apart from that, I'm not going to take too long in terms of opening remarks today. I just want to ask that we quickly look at the minutes to adopt or not from the 12th of February, please, Babalwa. There we go. Colleagues, you would have all received these minutes. I just want to check if you are comfortable with us adopting the minutes from the 12th of February. Honorable Schikkerling.
Thank you, Chairperson. I move for the adoption of the minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Schikkerling.
Thank you, Chair. I've been through them. They're fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kola Barnard. Appreciate it. Thank you, Babalwa. We then adopt those minutes. Thank you. Colleagues, I'm going to kick off. I'd rather summarize for us at the end. I would like to hand over to Major General Selepe, Component Head National Operations Coordination, with the feedback, the briefing regarding the outcome of the Safer Festive Season Operations from the end of 2024 and the beginning of 2025. General, over to you. Wait, hang on. General, before you start, I just want to ask Minister Mchunu, I wanted to ask if you wanted to say something, but I somehow skipped you. I'm sorry about that. Minister, would you like to say something before we commence? We'll give the Minister a few minutes. We'll give him another opportunity. So, General, I'm going to hand over to you.
Yes, sir.
There we go. Morning, Minister.
Yes, sir. Morning. Now, firstly, just to inform the meeting, the special cabinet has since been moved to 12, so I'll leave it about 20 past 11. The remarks are very short as well. Just that we launched the safety season in October last year in Tshwane and Pretoria, which was then followed by provinces that were doing the same at their level. This was to mark the festive season from the perspective of policing, indicating how we will be containing crime during the festive season, and also how we will be doing general policing with increased visibility all around. We think we had a measure of success from the policing side. We saw crime getting minimized even in the festive season, as opposed to criminals taking advantage of people unaware and not alert during the festive season, and tourists and all of that. I even saw a small headline from some publication in Cape Town that indeed crime did decline during this festive season, which means that we need to plan from there going forward. We will report on extortions during the same period, but just to say that we do want to contextualize extortions to include people who carry illegal firearms, because wherever they get arrested and whenever they get arrested, if they're a group of 2, 1 will be carrying a firearm. If they're a group of 3, 2 will be carrying, if not all, even 5. So extortion goes hand in hand with illegal firearms. 2, it operates in gangs, whether they're mobile or they're stationary somewhere, but they're always in gangs. But thirdly, that they are not far from drugs. They move from, it's just part of their package, extortions and drugs, and then illegal firearms, and then gangs. So we need to consolidate our understanding and context to that, so that when you catch somebody with an illegal firearm, he is a possible extortionist. And the last element is that extortion has gone quite sophisticated now, and this is what we intend doing post-festive season going forward. Delve into it high up to those who operate sitting in their homes, but operate mafias who go around for them or on their behalf. But we will give stats relating to this during the festive season. And that the next element will be how we then deployed and the results of the deployment during the festive season and so on. And the last part will be detectives. We are sorry that we seem to have interpreted your request for a briefing and narrowed it a little bit to numbers of newly recruited people, whereas capacitating detective services could mean more than just recruitment. For instance, we have dealt with outstanding dockets, which number around 1 million. We have categorized all these, analyzed and categorized. We know exactly what is the content in terms of the outstanding dockets. in terms of age of each docket, the number of outstanding dockets, what they're all about. So what we've done is we then said we need to give ourselves 2 years from the time when we start this project of eliminating outstanding dockets, but we're not in this business to assist us to employ people on a 2-year contract basis. That will include a number of retired people and new people who have not yet started working, who are lawyers and all of that, post university graduates and all of that. We are at an advanced stage to finalize this. We will know, I'm sure, by mid-March whether we're able to get money from elsewhere. That is one part. The other part, we are aware that each detective faces a lot of almost an impossible number of dockets, and we're looking at that together with the project, so that post-project we have a way of managing this such that it doesn't create an impossible burden for each of the detectives. And so even the number that we're going to talk about here of new recruits still doesn't match what is ideal in terms of the number of detectives to, the number of dockets to a detective per day and all of that. We're looking at all those matters. The other part is forensics. We are strengthening the forensics in Devon, that is KZN, via some donations that we possibly are getting, one from Public Works in the form of a building, but another from a private company in terms of functionalizing the building once clearly identified and agreed to. So National Commissioner is investigating the feasibility of using that building, access it, check it, and then once we think it's feasible to use it, we'll then equip it accordingly via, among others, the assistance of this private company, and then we'll move on. And we'll then move to Mpumalanga, which will then be an additional lab, the fifth one. And we intend having labs in each province because I don't know why in the first place we had to stop at 4 right from the original, right from the beginning. We've been stuck on 4 for a long time, and some of them dysfunctional or partially functional. Moving from there, there is another component, intelligence. That one, we quite an important enabler in the improvement of policing in the country as a whole. But we are identifying challenges there, and are in the process of dealing with the challenges so that it gets positioned to be a real enabler in terms of fighting all aspects of crime in the country. That's what we are doing at the moment as far as intelligence. Yes, intelligence is there, services are there, they are working, but there are quite a number of challenges. At this stage, therefore, Chair, I want to thank you very much for affording us the opportunity, and I would want to then hand over back to you so that we proceed on the side of SAPS. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you for your comments. I'll then hand over to SAPS. I'm not sure, General Masemola, I did see your name here. I'm not sure if you would like to introduce, but otherwise I'm going to hand over to you for the first briefing. Thank you.
Thanks. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and members and the Minister of Police, Deputy Ministers, other colleagues. Thank you, Chairperson. We are going to do the presentation on the festive season. What we also did during the festive season, Honorable Chair, we did hand over some motorbikes. We're in the process of also purchasing some bicycles. We did hand over to the province of Eastern Cape, especially to assist with the beach patrol during festive season. We did give KZN, Western Cape, and Gauteng. That is the first phase, and the second phase we will be looking at the other provinces, also in terms of the motorbikes as well as the bicycles. And well, with the current affairs, Honorable Chairperson, you should be aware of the incident at Gauteng in Brooklyn, where at a certain nightclub, where there has been a number of victims that were humiliated. Couple type of crimes have been committed in that regard. Our FCS is leading that investigation. We are in the hunt for 8 foreigners that were involved in that. The victims have come forward. Initially, there were 3 that came forward, another 2 came in. So we did take their statements. So we are investigating that case. And also of noteworthy, Honorable Chair, will be distracting 14,000 unlicensed firearms this week, which in Gauteng, which means that those 14,000 firearms that were forfeited to state, which comes from police operations, will be permanently removed from the society. And we also, of course, had the Operation Chanela, which is still Chanela 2, which is still making quite commendable successes in terms of bringing various criminals to the fore, where we arrested quite a number of them for serious crimes. And of noteworthy also is that the burning of buses in Mpumalanga, we arrested, which happened in February here. We arrested 2 suspects within 12 hours after the commission of that crime. And we have since also arrested another 2. We are confident that it is them because there are evidence that link them to the scene. And we are still investigating, trying to establish the motive and everybody that is involved in that crime. Also, in KZN, we have arrested a syndicate that is responsible for CITs around Utugela and the rest of KZN, but mostly we arrested them around Washbank, Ladysmith, that area. And we think that will go a long way in reducing our crime of CITs in the country. Without much ado, let me allow Major General Selepe to take us through with the festive season feedback. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, General. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to your good self. If you may allow me just to switch off my camera, I think it gets distorted somewhere. Thank you very much, Chairperson, to the Minister of Police and the Deputy Ministers, the Chairperson, the NASCOM, and members of the Portfolio Committee of Police, and allow me to say all protocol observed. As I've already been introduced, I'm going to take you through the feedback of the festive season operations that started at the beginning on the 1st of October until end of January 2025. Chairperson, am I audible? Thank you so much. Am I audible, Chairperson?
Yes, thank you, General. You're audible.
I don't see the presentation. It was shared, that side.
Just give a second. Babalwa, will you share it?
Apologies for that, Chairperson.
No problem, General. Let's give a second. We'll put it on now.
As we are waiting, Chairperson, what I want to say, the festive season is an integrated operation that happens annually. It comprises of all the stakeholders that are required, and you will see under the actions executed where we are able to depict successes where we worked with most of the stakeholders there. And also, we also had simultaneous operations that took place nationally. There was support deployment from the National Head Office. All senior managers were supporting provinces during the festive season, and they were deployed there to participate and provide that support and guidance to the provinces.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, General. Babalwa, Nicolette, are we winning?
Not yet.
Can I
Thank
try
you.
and share it from?
There we go.
All right. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thanks, General.
I
Over
will-
to you.
Yes, I'll go straight to the slide that depicts the overview of the presentation. I don't see the presentation from this side.
Now it's gone again.
Yes.
You are host now, General, so you can also share it.
Is it showing, Chairperson?
There we go. It's showing. Perfect.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. I'll put it on the slide mode. Okay. The approach to this presentation, we are going to look at the operations which were conducted and of which I have given a little bit of background how we did it in an integrated manner. Overview on the actions which were executed. I've also touched on that. There it will also show who we worked with in terms of the successes, and also the arrests of both the wanted suspects by the detectives and during operations, and also the overview on the confiscation. I'll also go deep into showing how the provinces have participated, especially when you look at your other crimes like your firearms and stuff. Chairperson, for the reporting period, we had, there's something that is disturbing me. 6,332 operations which were conducted nationally. Over a period of 17 weeks, those operations were conducted nationally. Actions which were executed, we had a number of actions, including your various searches, persons, vehicles, and stop and searches. Tracking operations were conducted, high visibility patrols and roadblocks, tracking of wanted suspects. We searched hostels. We also closed liquor premises. We also did compliance inspections as it is required by law. This is where we work with various stakeholders and other departments that are leading in that space. We also did visits to mine and did the enforcement of the SASRIA and regulation on the Gathering Act. A total of 7,994,243 actions were executed. And during this period, we had 28 coordinate searches which were conducted. This is where Operations were conducted at identified problematic hotspots, and we were informed by the crime pattern analysis were intelligence driven. A total of 4,643 roadblocks were conducted within the 9 provinces, and the highest contributing province was Western Cape, which conducted 912 roadblocks, followed by Gauteng with 741 roadblocks, Northwest with 734, and other provinces did do the roadblocks. I was just showing the highest contributors in terms of the roadblocks. And as we all know, Chairperson, that roadblocks are also a means where we try to deter crime before it happens, or we arrest those that are wanted. Unlicensed liquor premises was the focus area, Chairperson. 6,547 unlicensed liquor premises were closed during this period throughout the country. In terms of the arrests, Chairperson, we had a total of 244,951 between October and January, just for the festive season arrests. Various arrests were done. I'll go straight into the summary. In terms of the unlicensed firearms, we had a total of 1,952 arrests. Dealing in drugs with a total of 4,675 arrests. Possession of counterfeit goods, we had arrest of 627. In terms of the murder, we arrested 2,599 persons. Illegal dealing in liquor, a total of 7,984 arrests were effected. Arrest for rape, we had 3,816. Driving under the influence of alcohol, with a total of 9,540 arrests. We are showing through the graph the breakdown per province. Chairperson, you will see in terms of the arrest for firearms, KZN is leading with the arrest with 524, followed by Western Cape with 469 arrests. 320 arrests, it's a contribution from the Eastern Cape. Mpumalanga contributed 219 and Gauteng 197. And the other provinces, that's how they performed. In terms of the arrest for dealing in drugs, Chairperson, you will see that the Western Cape is leading with 1,713 arrests, followed by Eastern Cape 668, Gauteng 558, Northern Cape 491, Free State 472, 203, East KZN arrests, and Limpopo and Northwest are the only two that were under 200 arrests at 115 and 102 respectively. In terms of the arrests for possession of counterfeit goods, KZN arrested 332 persons, followed by Mpumalanga with 179, Gauteng 69, and 44. Those were the 4 provinces that performed well there in terms of those arrests. Arrest for murder, Chairperson, you'll see 8 provinces here did well in terms of the arrest for murder, which has been a problem. Eastern Cape, 594 arrests, followed by Western Cape with 500 arrests. 495 is Gauteng, 324 it's KZN, 252 it's in Mpumalanga. Then Northwest, Free State and Limpopo, arrest is 148, 125 and 123 respectively. In terms of the arrest for rape, all provinces performed well there. KZN arrested 1,635 persons, followed by Western Cape 507, 462 it's Gauteng, Eastern Cape 365, Mpumalanga 250 and Free State 241. Limpopo, Northwest and Northern Cape 180, 144 and 41 and 44 respectively. In terms of the arrests, driving under the influence of alcohol. As we all know that alcohol is a problem. Gauteng arrested 1,861, Western Cape 1,692, 1,509. It's a contribution from KZN, Mpumalanga 1,415, Eastern Cape 1,155, Free State 612, arrest Limpopo 433, Northwest and Northern Cape 141 and 49 respectively. Chairperson, this is the work that was done simultaneously, the raids conducted by the detectives during the festive season, 39,721. You will see that we had arrests for the robberies, business and house robberies 361 and 308 respectively, carjacking 116, murder 806, 598, attempted murder, rape 1,684, assault GBH 11,026, and that gives us the total of 39,721 arrests. Chairperson, these are the confiscations and the recoveries. This is where we work closely also with other departments. The seizures and the recoveries that we had, Chairperson, as listed there, of worth noting, it's on the explosives, on all components 1,767, firearms 1,731 firearms were confiscated. The homemade rifle and shotguns 154, 211 and 102 respectively. Alcohol, which is a problem, it was confiscated in liters, 559,335. Ammunition, all types, as we all know that most of the crimes are committed using firearms, and with those ammunition, 37,658. Cash in rands that was confiscated, it's over 4 million, Chairperson. Counterfeit goods illegally imported, in rand value, it's 125,729,832, just to mention a few. You will see in terms of the drugs in various, in kgs and in grams, we had Dacha 42,237, Dacha plants 14,701, cocaine in grams over 9,000 grams, crack cocaine over 8,000, and crystal meth, I think it's one of the drugs of choice, 88,300 grams of those. And Menrex tablets, we confiscated 277,933. Powder in grams, Menrex 303,173. And prescription drugs, these drugs, Chairperson, I must say, these are the ones that we mostly confiscate during our joint operations at spaza shops, 29,912 of those. Fuel in liters, 248,840, 375,491. It's precious metals in kgs, 241,427 total packets of tobacco. Just to list a few, I've already provided the summary on the previous slide. And if of worth noting, you will see 2,198 unlicensed firearms were recovered for the reporting period, Chairperson. In providing the breakdown per province, in kgs, KZN is leading with over 17,000, followed by both Mpumalanga and Eastern Cape with over 9,000 kg of Dacha that has been confiscated, and Limpopo, Northwest and Western Cape with over 1,000 kgs. As I've already said, in terms of the illegally imported goods, in terms of the rand value, Gauteng is the lead province there of over 125,317,000 that was confiscated, and that's how the other provinces have worked. So here it's Gauteng that was leading on those counterfeit goods. In terms of the cocaine, Gauteng, it's 3,454 grams, followed by Western Cape with 2,243, and Free State and KZN 973 and 721 respectively. The Mandrex tablets mostly were confiscated in the Western Cape, Chairperson. A total of 236,943. The contribution from the province of Western Cape, followed by Eastern Cape with 15,212, and then Northern Cape 10,032, then Gauteng with over 8,000, and Free State over 3,000, and Northwest over 2,000, Chairperson. Crystal meth, Western Cape again, contributed most in grams, 52,501, followed by Eastern Cape, 15,138, both Gauteng and Mpumalanga with over 5,000 grams, and Free State over 4,000 grams, and Northwest and Northern Cape with over 2,000 grams of that. Then in terms of the firearms, and I think that the National Commissioner have touched on the issue of the firearms and the fact that we will be distracting firearms. KZN is leading, it's 494, it's Western Cape 547, followed by KZN, and then Eastern Cape 346, and both Gauteng and Mpumalanga over 200. You will see the three provinces, the main ones, they have confiscated mostly, and followed by Gauteng and Mpumalanga. Alcohol, which is a problem, Western Cape, in terms of the confiscation in liters, 190,674 liters of alcohol was confiscated, followed by Gauteng with over 127,000 liters, Northern Cape with over 63,000 liters, Northwest with over 49,000, and followed by Eastern Cape, Free State, and Mpumalanga. I submit, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, General. Thank you. Just give me a second.
Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thanks, General. There we go. Colleagues, we now have some time for discussion. May I open the floor for members? I already see hands. Honourable Kala Barnard, Honourable Schikkerling. Are there any other members that would like to engage? Honourable Reverend Meshwe. I note you. Let me just make notes. Honourable James, I see you. Honourable Bloze, I see you as well. Honourable Ghana, noted.
I'm here, Chair. Please add me. I can't put my name. My hand up.
Thank you. I've got you.
Person, I can't do that either. Thanks.
Here we go. Fantastic. Okay. Can we... Honourable Adams. Yes.
I'll put my hand up. Thank you.
Excellent. I've got you. Okay, colleagues, let's start from a side. Honourable Kala Barnard, can we somewhere begin with you? Thanks.
Thank you. As ever, it strikes me that mass visible presence of the SAPS on the ground produces results. And the question has to be why it is that the average appearance of members on the ground outside of these special times simply doesn't seem to happen. What are you doing to boost arrests in between these big programs, and what prevention measures did you undertake before them? What did you do to boost awareness of possible crime during the festive season? And then do you now have sufficiently tight controls, do you think, over the confiscation of firearms? We all know firearms sold to criminals, especially in the Western Cape, booked out of the SAPS 13 stores used to commit crimes, then return. The stories are endless. Can we be assured that we will never again hear of a confiscated firearm turning up elsewhere at the scene of a crime. And then finally, what we need to know really is that all of the drugs, the firearms confiscated, well, what number of arrests were undertaken? Are these people, in relation to all of the crimes you have detailed, being detained as we speak? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Colonel Barnard. Honourable Schikkerling.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, and once again, good morning to all the members. I think the good work, the massive lack in the detective services definitely causes a problem. And how are the police going to ensure the necessary investigative follow-through that leads to successful prosecutions if we don't monitor that this is actually happening? Can you hear me, Chair?
There we go. We heard you. It was breaking up slightly, but we got your question. Do you have more?
Yes, thank you. Because without this, these operations really fail to disrupt criminal networks, and they don't deter future criminal activity or build confidence in law enforcement, which is really a problem. Several areas reported that they did not have proper access to blood kits to take blood for DUI. And the usage of the members of the K9 unit is not optimal due to the lack of dogs in the K9 unit, which obviously makes the job a lot easier when you do use these members, these dogs for biological fluid or for narcotics. I just like to know when the K9 unit will be properly resourced to ensure that they fulfill their commitment. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Schikkerling. Honourable Meshwe.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to members. Good morning to the police and everybody else. My first question has to do, maybe before the question, the arrest of these thousands of people and the confiscation of whatever was illegal is very impressive. It is indeed very impressive. But unfortunately, it's something that is just on paper, as far as we are concerned. It would be a good thing if there was corresponding prosecutions, numbers of prosecutions taking place. Now, is there anything that the police administrators in particular are doing to work together with the justice cluster, particularly the courts, to ensure that these thousands of arrests that are made end up in prosecutions? I know that we have a problem of fewer detectives who also, we are told, are not doing a great job of investigation. That's why the prosecutions are low. So the numbers are very impressive on paper. But is there anything that can be done to ensure that with prosecutions, there will be corresponding figures to show that definitely there is a cooperation and working together between the police and prosecutors and the courts? The second one, when unlicensed liquor outlets are conducted and closed, do the police go back after whatever time to ensure that those unlicensed liquor outlets remain closed? Because what would be the use of closing unlicensed liquor outlets, but after a week or so, they're back in business? So what are the police doing that the work they do is sustainable? The work they have done of closing these unlicensed liquor outlets is producing results by ensuring that those liquor outlets remain closed because they were unlicensed in the first place. And is there a way of checking whether the unlicensed liquor outlets will remain closed or whether they have been licensed if they are open? And if they close and after some time they open while they're still unlicensed, is there further action that the police are taking to ensure that that does not happen? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Meshwe. Next is Honorable James.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning to the Minister, the Deputy Ministers, and the Honourable Members. I'd like to welcome the presentation by General Selepe. Well done. I'd also like to commend the KZN Provincial Commissioner for doing a sterling job in that province during December time. And I continue to receive phone calls from that province saying that that general is really, really doing a sterling job in that province. So I think, one needs to just give credit there. I also want to go back to in our previous meeting, we spoke about what is unfolding in the Western Cape. And I want to ask the Minister if a strategy has been designed for the Western Cape. Just a couple of days ago, a 4-year-old was shot and killed in his sleep. And I'd just like for us to speak a little bit about what is the strategy for the Western Cape. We can see that the stats produced during the festive safety plan shows that it definitely is a hard-hit area when it comes to drugs, gangs, and firearms. Also, I think one of the previous members covered me with this. Why can this not be ongoing? Why can we not see the strength of members throughout the year in our communities like we see during the festive season? What are the things that hinders this sort of project from being from continuing? And then also I note all of these arrests, and it's really well done. But what concerns me, it's the in the front door, out the back door approach. We have all of these arrests. We have with these members working so hard. And sometimes when one engages with the station commanders, you'll find that most of these cases were either struck off the court roll or it didn't even make it to the court roll. How do we know if these arrests were actually yielded positive outcomes in terms of convictions? Can we get another report maybe in a month or 2 months later? How does it work where we can actually, where the committee can actually be informed in terms of what the rate of convictions and successful cases? Because sometimes we also know that some of the detectives, there's some loopholes in the manner in which they craft their statements, especially when it comes to drug arrests. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable James. Next is Honorable Bloze, followed by Honorable Garner. Honorable Bloze, please go ahead.
Yeah, no, good morning, Chair. Greetings to the General and honorable members. No, look, Chair, the report is welcomed. Impressive report, we must say. And it highlights the problem of the country in general in terms of if you look at the high murder rates that are happening. So it gives us a picture of where the problem is. And I think as a portfolio committee, we must then take this report and look at then how then do we, play a role in ensuring that we curb this pandemic that has hit our country. If you look at what is happening in KZN, and I mean, the previous members just commended the work that has been done by General Mkhwanazi in that province. And it's commendable, but there still remains a problem. These numbers that we are seeing in KZN are an indicator that there's a problem in that province. There's a problem of illegal firearms in that province, and that's why there's such a high murder rates. And if you look at even the stats of the quarters, you would know that most of these murders that are happening are in eThekwini, in Inanda, and in Mlaza, and everywhere else. So we ought to zoom into those areas so we make sure that we actually assist our people. I mean, we are getting things on a daily basis. That area in Inanda, Amawood, people are dying there on a daily basis, and there's not even a police station there. People have been killed in broad daylight. And now these numbers are actually telling you where the problem lies. So we ought to have a concentrated effort, not just for the festive season, because you can see now, Chair, that police visibility and curbing down on these illegal firearms and everything else have got an impact. So we ought to have a strategy that we, continue with this approach throughout the year. Maybe it might not be as intensive as is during the festive season, but it has to be there. So we can't just do it for the festive season and then it just dies off after that. And you can see the relationship between alcohol illegal firearms and the murder rates in South Africa. So we need to use these statistics that we are getting here to ensure that we assist our people going forward. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Bloze. Honourable Ghana, followed by Honourable Sokopo, then Adams, then Taibosh. Honourable Ghana.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to you. Good morning to members and the SAPS delegation that's in the meeting. I think colleagues have touched on in terms of the numbers themselves. They look impressive, but let me say I've got two questions, much more pointed, relating to the serious contact crimes of murder, of rape, attempted murder. Whether the numbers that we are seeing are of the cases that happened in the period, or it's an all-encompassing number. That is, I saw that, let's say, for instance, Chair, the number of murderers or suspected murderers that were arrested during raids and searches was around 806. So it's to then be able to make sense on whether those that have been presented are the cases that happened in the period. And then the second one, which is somehow linked, it's around the keeping the correct, let me not say the correct records, but let's say there are a lot of people that have been arrested. The numbers are impressive. But equally, most of those people are now back in communities. One, because the court role, but also the investigating capacity. And that's what, in a way, breaks the trust between the communities and the police, in that they see suspects being arrested, but a couple of days later, they get released. I think there's something to be done in that respect. The last point, Chair, is that I know that we are focusing, correctly so, focusing on high contact crimes like murder, rape, attempted murder, including robberies and so forth. But I think we need to start getting tough on what some might call minor crimes if we are to deal with the bigger ones, because there's a complete disregard of law in the country, and I think there might be a space to change the whole thing, and maybe to check with the police, having done this exercise, what are some of the lessons that they are learning about themselves and the areas that they are policing, and whether this is something that should not wait for festive season, but it should be a 365-day operation. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Ghana. Now, Honourable Sokopo, and then Honourable Adams.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to the Minister and to the members of the committee. I think, Chair, I just have two issues. One, it's based. I'm referring it to you as a suggestion that I think between this portfolio committee and the portfolio committee for corrections, you must find a way probably just for us to meet. I'm raising this on the extortion matter. I think 40 or 50 or even more % of bosses of extortion, and they give instruction from there for this thing to continue happening. Now, at Correctional Service, they have currently they were just confiscating 41,000 cell phones in prison. The question is, how many more are there that they could not get if they got in a financial year 41,000 cell phones? And these cell phones are the cause of crime outside. So if between yourself and the chair of Correctional Service, you can meet and find a way and later engage the management of both the departments, I'm sure we'll find one way or the other finding a solution to the issue of extortion. Secondly, Chair, in future, I would have just touched on the second presentation. I am happy with the presentation made by the minister and clustering it, which I think later we must consider, or we must get into what the minister was trying to cluster, as to say, but this is a spider web. Extortion, if the minister puts it correctly, if there's an extortionist, that person, 90% chance that that person have a firearm. And that firearm might be then an illegal firearm. And that could also be attached to drugs. And so there's a spider web. So I'm saying in our discussion, we must also look to see how do we curb, in Afrikaans, this spider web. So it's a discussion that we must have and make proposal to the police if we think we have. The last one, Chair, is the second presentation. I think in future, I will appreciate if there is a presentation coming, because that presentation, it was a bit detailed to tell us this is what happened in this province over festive season, but we can't compare it to any other thing. Because if you would have said to me, 400 firearms were confiscated this year, as opposed 2023, 300, then we're saying that there's an improvement in us doing it. Now we are just given the stats, and we can't compare the stats to anything else where we could see that is the work done or it's the less work done. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Sopopo. Honourable Adams, over to you. You're still muted.
Chairperson,
There we go.
am I audible, Chairperson? I'm struggling with my reception again. It seems to be happening all the time. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, General. It was a very, very informative presentation, and I've been covered for the most part by most of my colleagues. But here's something that happened in December that's not been over the festive, that's not being mentioned in this portfolio. Case 1/11/2024, DPCI case, Laleni Police Station KZN. One of the biggest drug busts of the year happening.
Sorry, Honourable Adams, just repeat the case number again. I'm sorry, I'm just taking notes.
1/11/2024, Chairperson.
Thank you.
One of the biggest drug busts of the year happened in KZN. There was absolutely no media coverage about it. None. SAPS didn't even issue a statement. So while we can talk about little packets of TIC and little amounts of crystal meth that's being confiscated, we need to know why no media statement was released. And my information says that it was a very high-ranking general that instructed the blackout in media coverage, but I will not get into any type of smear. I just want to know what happened there. Secondly, Chairperson, here's one of the bigger crimes that happened on the 30th of December in 2024. Property 376 to 394, Peter Mukaba Ridge Road, Musgrave, Durban, was purchased by Crime Intelligence for 24 million rand. I have the offer to purchase. I have the general signature. Crime Intelligence has no mandate to buy property, sir. That is the exclusive prerogative of Public Works. It happens on the 30th of December when nobody's watching. So that is number two. Then thirdly, I would ask the NASCOM.
Okay, Adams, sorry again, I keep interrupting. You said that one was Musgrave.
Musgrave, sir. 24,990,000. The problem that we have here, besides the fact that they had no right to buy this property, the property was originally advertised for 9 million rand. It was inflated to 24 million, almost 25 million. Now, Chairperson, with respect, I'd like to ask of the NASCOM if he will assist us, because all of these arrests and all of policing is intelligence driven. We would ask the NASCOM if he'd come back to the next meeting and furnish us with the dates that all of the high-ranking officials, that meaning generals, brigadiers, and colonels, applied for the security clearance, and the dates that it was issued. That he must omit no name. Everybody must be included there. Because if this department is functioning with people who shouldn't be there, that is criminal in itself. Then also, we'd ask the NASCOM to bring us the security clearance of all 9 provincial commissioners, because we suspect something's wrong there as well. And I know I'm drifting slightly off the agenda, but if you look at what's before you, sir, and all of this is confirmed, And if it's not, I'm happy to step off this portfolio because I'm wasting your time. I'm saying to you, sir, that we are doing this portfolio a great injustice. And I'm sure you and I can agree, Chair. If we are going to be talking about the arrest of a drug dealer in Mitchells Plain and the arrest of a drug dealer in Buffalo City for 500 rands worth of drugs, where we know this case is going to be struck off the roll, it has no effect on the trade at all. But the criminality that is flourishing in the people supposed to defend us, that is unacceptable. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Adams. Now, I must say, I agree with you. I think in terms of the security clearances, especially, it's something that has been extremely concerning. So it would be good. You'd note, colleagues, that, and I'm going to head over to Honourable Taibosh and Skosana shortly. You'd note that we postponed a meeting that we would have had last Friday just because everyone couldn't attend, and we would like everyone to be present, where a lot of those questions will also be dealt with. So if you have additional questions, Honourable Adams, you as well, that you would like to add to that agenda, we'll share it amongst the members too, and then we can add those things for discussion, but I will communicate accordingly. Thank you, Honourable Adams. Honourable Taibosh, over to you. Honourable Taibosh, I think you're muted. Honourable Skosana, can I head over to you first?
I'm not sure whether, Chair, you said it's, I can say, I can.
You can go, Honourable Skosana, you're welcome.
Thank you so much. And good morning to everyone here, my co-colleagues, the Minister, the Deputy Ministers, National Commissioner, and to you, Chair. Indeed, a very comprehensive presentation, but indeed, for me, as I always say, you know, this desktop presentation, I'm no longer impressed, you know, about the big presentations I've read through. I went through all this. It's all about states. And indeed, if there's no follow-up, it will remain like that. I mean, in the next meeting again, we'll be talking about this. Next season, we'll be talking about this. But crime has escalated into an alarming proportion. And unfortunately, if one has to look back, you know, last year, if one has to go back a bit, indeed, you know, men and women in blue are doing a great job, but indeed as well, there's a lot of negativity as well. In particular, in KZN, I just want to be, I want to take an off-ramp a bit, you know, in according to what Major General Selepe has given us here. But there's really issues on the ground which, you know, people are being treated badly. So, you know, I'll give you an example, Chair, that the recruitment drive, and unfortunately, like there's an issue as well that some of our senior officials, they don't take us serious. When we call them, they avoid us, they don't take calls, you know, and indeed, people, when they get frustrated in those police stations, because those are tangible and visible things, that's where it matters most, you know, where we can give the best of the best presentation. But if our people on the ground are feeling the pain, I can tell you this will be just a tick box exercise. It will be just talking here like a talk shop, you know, giving stats and all that. But on the ground, as I was saying, in KZN, as we speak, some of the this recruitment, there were some people taken to a college. Some of them who were taken as well, but they were at the last hour told not to accompany those people who have who were called, you know, but deleted for whatever reason. I've tried to intervene with General Mkwanazi. Unfortunately, he was busy, as he told me after a week or so. But indeed, there's problems, you know, of crime as well. The recruitment, there's problems in that system which they are using as well. And there's a lot of gray areas. But indeed, I think in the next meeting, when one, in fact, I think I'll write to you as well, you know, just to give you a picture of what is happening on the ground. In particular, KZN, Gauteng, you know, the detective side, I've raised this issue as well with the minister, you know, that in terms of resources, you know, it leaves much to be desired. The problem is like how thing, even today, we are still talking about the issue of lack of resources. The vehicles, if people are using their own phones, I'm talking about crime intelligence. I'm talking about hawks. They are using their cars. Some when you want to help, they say, no, can you pick me up? Because I don't have a car. Otherwise, I have to wait for my commander to come and pick me up, you know, or there's nothing, or the cars are too old. Some of them, they are in a government garage for 3 months. Some of them, the mileage, it's you know, those for me, that's what counts, you know, for us to be able to service the citizen of this country. Those are the things which I think we have to focus. But indeed, I know there's a budget cuts, you know, but indeed, as I said, our budgets is too much on our VIP protection. I'll always say that. We have to think twice about that. I think most of our monies, if can be redirected to where it matters most, it would be better for our police men and women to be well resourced. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Skosana. Honourable James and Honourable Taibosh. Honourable Taibosh, I don't know if you've joined us again, but there we go.
Chair, I'm back. Thanks,
Okay,
Chair, I'm back. I just had to do something quickly, man, but I'm back.
No problem. You can go ahead, and then we're going to hand over back to the police before the next briefing, but also for response by the police. Thanks, Honourable Taibosh. Please go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks to the Minister for the feedback, to the Generals for the presentation. Just want to congratulate him. I think it's a job well done, Chair. I've never seen numbers like this before, so I would just like to congratulate them. I just got 2 concerns, Chair. The first one is, with all these people, additional people, being locked up for all these crimes, I'm worried, where do they keep those people first and foremost? Because as it is, the jails are overcrowded already. Then secondly, I'm worried about the backlog of files with the detection services, the detective services. That, you know, is there nothing else that we can think of? You know, there must be a way that we can assist these people somewhere, somehow, to bring in people to assist them, because I don't think all those 1 million outstanding dockets, or close to 1 million outstanding dockets, all of them are really valid and all of them are really relevant anymore, the dates on them and things like that. You know, maybe just a cleanup of that should be done, but you don't necessarily need qualified police people. I thought there's students, law students and stuff like that can help, you know, and make something for themselves. Just a suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Taibosh. With that, I'm going to hand over back to General Masemola to coordinate the responses, if that's okay with you, General, and then we can continue. General Masemola, are you still there?
I'm still there, Chair.
Thank you, General.
Thanks, Honourable Chairperson. I'm still there. Yeah, Honourable Chairperson, just to start with the response on Honourable Barnard's questions. Yeah, firearms, we confiscate them, we keep them, we take them for tests, they go through the case process, and then thereafter we get them destroyed, either hand back to the owner or we get them destroyed. We have done our best. We are in the process, Chairperson, to establishing centralized firearm storages so that we reduce the risk from the number of police stations we have to a quite much more reduced number, so that we have limited storages in the provinces. Division Vispol is busy with that. We intend to finalize that during the current financial year, not only through public works, constructing storages, but also we have embarked on getting from other departments, your SNDF or any other departments that have storages in the provinces. That will elevate, will also reduce our risk in terms of loss of firearms, because there will be more in one place. I think Honorable Barnard also asked the question about arrest of people that were the number of people arrested for firearms, whether they're still detained, and I think quite a number of other members did ask the same questions on other crimes. The difference there, Honorable Chair, is that we can't say everybody that we arrested over the festive season is still inside, as we are aware that bail will be given time and again by the courts. They handle cases differently. They handle each case on its merit. So we cannot say all people arrested over festive season, be it murder, be it drugs, be it whatever, that they are all still inside. So there will be those that will have been given bail. There will be those that are still inside. There will be few of those cases that have been, of course, finalized. The same goes for detectives. As we are aware, the question of Honorable Shikni, the detectives, they do take over these cases, but they don't finalize them immediately in terms of investigation. That is, of course, between the detective and the prosecutor in terms of what might still be outstanding in the case. So we can't say all those people are either still inside. Some are running their court cases while they are outside, not inside. Honorable Meshwe, the unlicensed and licensed liquor outlets. Licensed liquor outlets, if they contravene the law, we do inform the various bodies like your liquor board, provincial liquor board, and they do the investigation. Some takes time, some they are quite fast, and they shut down the establishment. Like the establishment in Brooklyn, the Gauteng Liquor Board have already shut it down, which is was quite very quick on our response. So in terms of others or other provinces, sometimes the investigation take a bit of time before they shut them down. But unlicensed liquor outlets, there is no question on that. We shut them down as we find them. And from there, the station, Vispol, must continuously keep an eye whether it opens again, yes or no, so that action can be taken, and in such case, taken to court. And sometimes the magistrate do fine them. And unfortunately, they give them fines, so they will give a stiff fine if it's a repeat offender. Lieutenant General Msikili will answer most of the questions, followed by General Sibia, especially on detective questions. And maybe on the question of Honorable Ghana, on the number of conduct crimes. What we are reporting here, Honorable Ghana, is not the crime statistics, because crime stats can only be released by the Minister of Police, and there is a schedule or calendar for that. So what we are reporting here is arrests on these specific crimes during the period. The matter might not have happened during festive season, might have happened in the past, but the arrest was effected during this festive season. Of course, some matter crimes would have happened now in festive season today, and the arrest is done today or tomorrow. So that's just to highlight and clarify that one. And the lesson learned from the festive season, what we do, the difference is in festive season, we, as members of this committee, would be aware. We deploy extra members, we restrict, we don't cancel leave, vacation leave. We restrict vacation leave, and we, of course, also deploy office-bound personnel during this festive season, because a lot of people are more out there during the festive season. People are on holiday. It means there will be a lot of activity in festive season. So we increase also our numbers operationally by deploying the office-bound personnel to assist outside, and restrict vacation leave for all. Allow only some limited number of members. So that's why it assists us in yielding quite a number of successes. On Honorable Adams' questions, his question, the first one is a specific question on a case number 1 of 11/2024. If the member can give 1/11/2024 of which police station, because there should be a police station, so that we can look at what it is. We are not aware of what he's aware of, so it will be best if he can highlight us more on who said there shouldn't be a press statement on that, because we are not aware of that. And on the other questions about purchasing of properties, Honorable Adams, I think the matters we are talking about, they are of Secret Services account, and it will be best if you get to that forum so that we can discuss more the details of everything there. We will be able to account at that forum. We don't have a problem in accounting. Security clearances, okay, we will, of course, respond later and give you how many have, how many don't have, how many are in process. We'll be able to respond to that. And General Kua will respond on the matter of mixed up on recruits in KZN, looks like in Gauteng also. And yeah, and then on the Honorable Member Daibosh spoke about the number of arrests and the 1 million dockets. The next presentation that deals with that's coming deals with the capacitation of detectives. So I think we will talk more on that one. General Fani will respond on the problem of vehicles in the garage in Gauteng and KZN. Just for information to the members, Gauteng is one of the provinces that is over 90% in terms of the establishment, over 90% staffed, including vehicles. We have, yes, garage will now and then be a problem, but General Fund will respond on that. If I can first allow General Msikili to respond on some questions that I may not have answered. General Msikili.
Thank you very much, National Commissioner. Very good morning to the chairperson and the members of the committee, to the Minister of Police, National Commissioner of the South African Police Service, colleagues, all protocol is observed. Chairperson, I think the National Commissioner have covered me in a lot of areas, especially when it comes to the issues of continuation of the operations. We're doing our best to make sure that we keep operations running with the Operation Chanela week to week. But as you have indicated, the advantage of the December, it's the controlling of the leave. I think when we were doing the festive season plan, I did highlight it that we will see more members because the leave, it's managed to have more personnel on the ground during that time. The other issue that is coming from Honorable Barnett, it's on the firearms that are confiscated, that are not doing back to the communities. We also have put strategies. I think Western Cape Chairperson is the first province that we visited last year to make sure that we implement the strategy of looking at firearms, including the storages of the firearms, how we are working on that. So we have a revised plan looking at or trying to mitigate and minimize the return of firearms into the hands of the criminals. When incidents of such happen, we follow up an investigation. It's immediately ensued. I think we have learned our lessons with the previous cases that we know of Prinsloo. I'm going to jump, Chairperson, to the issues of the comparative stats, and to profusely apologize that we requested to present the feedback on the Operation Festive Season. We could have done it in a comparative manner. I do have such a presentation. What we will do, if given the opportunity in the next meeting, to do the comparative analysis or assessment of the 2023 Operation Festive Season and the current outcomes that we have, that will show how much was done in 2023-2024 financial year and what has been achieved now in 24-25, because each time when we launch an operation, we look at the gaps that we might have experience on the previous one to improve and better the new one. On the question of the access to blood kits, Chairperson, I'm going to apologize because I was kicked out of the meeting a little bit. I don't know what a national commissioner covered before I rejoined the meeting. Is that we thank you, Chair. The blood kits, Chairperson, that the lack of access, as it was indicated, is that when we launch the operations and every week we look at the resources, then the capacity that we're having, and where there is a lack of access or shortages thereof, we make necessary requests at supply chain management, including to look at other provinces that might have access to some of these operational aids, and borrow from one another if we are not going to use that much. I know, Chairperson, that at some point we had an issue with the production of the blood kits. It was a countrywide challenge, but the strategies were put in place. Supply chain management did some presentations. We also worked with other departments, the Department of Health, to make sure that such resource, it's not a hindrance when we have operations. On the lack of dogs, Chairperson, I'll come back. I'm just waiting for the presentation. We are having a presentation this afternoon with the Division Visible Policing and Operations on specialized units, Chairperson, and I will give a full account of such, but I think there were specific issues that Honorable Shikeleng highlighted, that is on the issues of biological dogs, as well as I think I have noted the issue of the biological dogs, and also to indicate that the recruitment of that specialized units was revisited as well to have enough. But I also had an opportunity in January to visit the college, the K9 college in Roodeplaat, and I was taken through the breeding of different types of dogs. But as I'm saying, I will be getting the report, and Chairperson, we can provide a written response in that regard. National commissioners answered on the liquor licenses and the follow-ups that we're making. And the visibility I've already indicated. I think Honorable James also highlighted on the issues of the visibility throughout the year. Yeah, Chairperson, I think from my side, so far, those are the areas that a national commissioner did not respond to, but I will come back if there is anything that I'm leaving behind. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thanks, Chairperson General Sibia.
A very good morning to you, Chairperson, members of the committee, Minister of Police, Deputy Minister Matale, our National Commissioner, General Masemola. All protocol is observed. Chair, the National Commissioner has actually covered the question in relation to convictions and arrests during the festive period. Safe to say that it is pretty too early at this point in time to expect convictions because these matters are still new and fresh in court. They just got postponed and then they will then carry on until finalized, which may take quite some time. And in relation to the capacitation of the detectives, we humbly request the chair to allow us to present because this is what our presentations entails in relation to the extortions and the capacitation of the detectives. So we are going to be presenting adequately on such. And then in relation to the backlog, the presentation will also cover the same backlog and how we intend to deal with the backlog to address the backlog. So may I request the chair to allow or permit us that we wait until we present because we may respond now, but it will still be covered during our presentation, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, General.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. General Libya, can you respond on the other questions of Mr. Adams?
Thank you very much. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members, the Minister, the Deputy Minister, the National Commissioner, and the colleagues. Two questions were raised regarding the DPCI. The first one is Honorable Skosana, who have indicated the issue of the resources for the DPCI where vehicles were raised as a concern. Indeed, generally, there are areas where we have got some challenges with regard to resources. And that is an aspect that when the DPCI make its presentation can highlight the areas that still need attention. So I'm just responding to that issue of resources. The next question, the last one for the DPCI, relate to Honorable Adams on the KZN clandestine laboratory that was dismantled in November and no media statement was made. Indeed, that matter is part of an organized crime project that is currently running. So we haven't released anything, and then I thought that nobody will share that particular information at this stage. But yes, that matter is still running. It's not only handled in the KwaZulu-Natal province. In fact, the project is not handled by the DPCI in KwaZulu-Natal. It's handled elsewhere. It's part of the clandestine laboratory that we shall have dismantled in Gauteng province. So that is just the information to say the reason why we haven't released the media statement. We will do so as soon as the investigation is mature. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members.
Thank you, General Libya.
Thanks, Chair. General Fani.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, Minister, Deputy Ministers, National Commissioner, honorable members, and my colleagues. Honorable Chair, We have embarked on a number of initiatives within the SAPS environment to ensure that we've got healthy fleet that runs our operations. I have to indicate that in the last year, the National Commissioner put together a steering committee specifically to look at making sure that we've got fleet health and eliminate the backlog. We have been able to improve from a percentage of just about 71% to just about 83% in terms of our fleet availability. We have also initiated a number of initiatives within the garaging environment. That also includes moving garaging from a national office and decentralizing it to the provinces, and the provinces having direct command of the garage. Also looked at procurement of specialized tools where and in as far as the budget allowed in some of the main garages. We've also did a massive recruitment of artisans to make sure that there is personnel that will assist us with the fixing of cars. We've approached Public Works to provide us additional resources on an extended Public Works program. The Western Cape was a pilot, and that had proven to be fruitful. We are hoping that we will expand that in other provinces. Public Works has made an intent to make those resources available to us. We just need to finalize the arrangements with regards to that. In terms of that, Chair, I must indicate at this point that the challenge that we have with our fleet is that our fleet runs 24 hours. And at any given time, we are challenged with booking of these cars for preventative maintenance because operations will be challenged. That then results in quite a number of challenges where we have to book them in for repairs. And we are trying as much as we possibly can to ensure that we capacitate our stores with spares that are required. We did have a number of challenges with our spares. We are utilizing the National Treasury contract, which we could not do amendments to ensure that the operations are capacitated accordingly. We have taken a decision as SAPS that we will run our own tender process to make sure that we have a contract that only speaks to our operations requirement. Also, the issue of outsourcing, which was a big issue in terms of how we repaired and maintained our fleet. We have also made a resolution that we will be able to capacitate our garages and eliminate the utilization of that contract and only use it at exceptional instances where we do not have other specialized tools that the nature of our garages would not have, but our workshops should be in the position to do that. At some point, we took a decision that the delay in repairs of our fleet is as a result of the way we are managing the merchants through the contract that we have with the supplier. We put a moratorium until the supplier has put in place measures to ensure that the merchants that we're using for repairs and maintenance of our fleet are up to scratch and can be accounted and can be accountable for the rework that we've got. And we are looking into that and making sure that there is quality in that space. Chair, that's some of the initiatives that we are looking at, and we are also looking at operational inefficiencies that we are taking out of the system, including the issues of approvals for finances and upliftment of authorities. Those are the things that are work under progress. We are hoping that in the next financial year, we would start with a good and clean slate. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, thanks, Chairperson. I'll ask for Lieutenant General Nkua to respond on the personnel matters. Thank you.
Thank you, General. Minister Mchunu, I see your hand is up. Sorry, General Nkua, I'm going to come back to you now.
Yes, Chair. I wanted to just comment on two things. One is that question on what do we do with the arrest in relation to prosecution and all those matters. Just to say, in the portfolio committee, there are incidents that we are increasingly identifying from the country as a whole, whether we pick it up from districts or from police station level or from DPCI or from detectives, but we're picking up from the system that there are instances where justice, where the justice system of the country is really being problematic or posing challenges. It is for this reason that we will be having a meeting with the Minister of Justice, providing her with specifics or specific examples where police would, for instance, investigate and arrest, and on a crucial stage when suspects have to appear in court, they simply are made to walk away without any plausible explanation why this particular suspect or suspects walked away when police believed very strongly they have a case. They don't even get consulted. They just get a shock when people walk away. Now, we get these incidents and we're recording them, and therefore there would be a meeting with the Minister of Justice and her people just to place on their table this kind of frustration and failure. But on whether they are responding generally adequately, that will be included in our discussions, because the feeling is that it's not necessarily the case, as we saw in Stilfontein, the system clogging as opposed to what the system would receive or would have received. There are less flexibilities in the Justice Department, even when there is a concentration of issues they have to, or a pile-up of issues that they have to process. That's the first one. The second and the last one is what Honorable James was speaking about is the strategy for specific long-standing areas of criminality in the country, like your Cape Flats, which is historically known to be an area of high crime historically. Now, there are other areas also in Gauteng. There are some areas in KZN in particular, and then maybe one or two in the Eastern Cape. Now, these areas can't be dealt with any sudden intervention. That is what is becoming clearer and clearer. You can't just pull up people from there and there, and then you go there for 3 days and so on. It's clear to me that we need a concerted effort, and that is underway. It will have an element of people who live in the area really doing substantive work, because no matter how many police we can bring with various units and so on, it doesn't work. It will work for 2 or 3 days until you have that element very strongly and very much alive and in a sustainable way. And then police build on that platform that would have been crafted and would have involved the people of the area. At some point, when things come together in that score, we will then come to the portfolio committee and make a presentation and afford an opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honourable Skosana, I see your hand is up. Before I hand over to General Nkua, is there something you would like to say?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I just wanted to say there was, I think Honorable Adams have asked a question about the building which was bought for 24 million, which he said it was advertised for 9 million. It was bought on the 30th of December, and the General has signed. I think Dr. Fani, Lieutenant General Dr. Fani, did not answer that. I think that question will go to him, perhaps to confirm or deny that that was done, because really for me, Chair, I regard myself as a policeman as well. And I think all the members who are in this core committee, they are concerned as well with all the concern of our community.
Honourable Skosana, what rank are you?
When I retired from public service, remember I was in a I was a Major General because I was a Chief Director. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks, Honourable Skosana. General Masemola, would you like? I'll come to you now.
I can't put my hand up, Chairperson. I'm sorry if I'm seeming disruptive. I can't seem to put my hand up. I was going to ask the question, but I was going to wait. But seeing as Honourable Skosana took the lead, I just like to add on to that the General can't possibly come to this committee and tell us that that is an accounting issue. It is a complete disregard and a breach of supply chain management policy. And Brigadier Tiani Langweni was dismissed without a hearing for protesting this type of behavior, and it just continues. And now we've got the NASCOM himself coming here and glossing over this thing, saying that it's an accounting issue. It is not an accounting issue, sir. At best, it's a fraud issue, and the NASCOM must come and tell us what's going to be done about this. Thank you, Chair. Sorry.
Okay, thank you, Honourable Adams. General Masemola, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. What I said on this question is that there is a forum where we respond on matters of a secret services account. So Mr. Adams, if he goes to that committee, that's where we will account on these specific matters. We don't refuse to answer. We will answer at the specific right forum. Thanks, Honourable Chair. General Nkua on matters of call-up of recruits. Thanks.
Thank you, General. General Nkua, sorry that I interrupted you rudely earlier. Please continue.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair, Honourable members, our Minister of Police, Deputy Ministers, National Commissioner, and all colleagues in the platform. Chairperson, the question that came from Honourable Skosana regarding issues of recruitment, I will request, Chairperson, that I get those specific questions and the details of the applicants so that I can respond accordingly. I will put in the chat box, Chairperson, my contact details so that all those inquiries or queries relating to recruitment can be directed to me. Then I'll be able to give specific answers, because I will need the name and the ID number of the applicant for me to go into the system and check what happened in order for me to give a proper response. So I will put my contact number on the chat box, Chair, and I will request Honourable Skosana or any other honourable member who is getting inquiries relating to recruitment, then I will respond accordingly. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, General Nkua. Colleagues, General Masemola, I don't know if you would like to add anything, but I think it's important that we move along to the next agenda item. Remember as well that some of the things that we have discussed, that I know there are, DM, I'm going to come to you now, DM Boshielo, I'll be with you in 2 seconds. I seem to be managing with your surname. I've practiced quite quite a bit over the last 8 months. Remember that if there are questions that you would like to zoom in on, we can add them as well to the agenda in following sittings. And if there are things that need to be discussed in more depth, we can do that too. DM Boshielo, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning to all the colleagues on the platform, including the Minister. I think Deputy Matali have left already for the meeting. I think I just want to add some few things. One is that yesterday we were convened by the Deputy Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development. He convened the Deputy Ministers of Police, Correctional Services, Home Affairs, and all of us. We met with the South African Law Reform Commission, where we discuss issues of reviewing the criminal justice system, the South African bail system, all those things. We have a lot of document, and we agreed that after going through this, we'll still go back and then come back and deal with the issue. And then we realized that also we might want to have the Department of Social Development coming in, Department of Education also, because of problems at our schools. So we have established ourselves. I think we have found each other, and now it's 7 months. We are learning to work together. And as you know, we went to Samora Machel and Atlantis and have engagements there, and the colleagues were there, the Deputy Minister of Justice, the Deputy Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture, and also the Deputy Minister of Social Development. All of us were working together and ensuring that we look at this matter in a very integrated way. Yes, we raised our concerns, all of us, and we agreed that we are not going to point fingers, but assist each other in terms of doing our work. The other issue is the issue of which we raised also in that meeting, the constitutional rights that people will use against the police. Sometimes people are arrested and then they quote all the Constitution and all other things. But at the end, crime is high. All of us agree, and we need to be able to do with it. And it's true, you can't do it in a piecemeal way. You need to do it in a very, very integrated manner. And I agree throughout 365 days and not necessarily once in a while. And also the budget issue. Chair, I was listening to your interview this morning, and thanks for coming to back us up in terms of the resources that we need. We all know that we are under-resourced, but we are not coming or going around saying to everybody that we don't have the resources, because we know we're able to raise it where it should be raised. And I would want to appreciate, Chair, you backing us up and understanding that we also don't have scarce skills and the technology issues and other issues, including your K9s and all those things. We would want to have them as soon as tomorrow, but all of us knows the reality of not having this at all. And what I would appeal, colleagues, is that we are fighting crimes together. It's a whole government, whole society trying to deal with this issue in order to protect our country, to be crime-free, our communities who elected us to be here, but also in terms of the sovereignty of our country. So it is very disappointing. I thought maybe let me be kind, but disheartening also, when our policemen are working so hard. I think up to now, this period, about 15 or 18 have been killed. And nobody would even say anything about those police who die on duty, trying to protect us, sleeping and going into this dangerous environment. And it's disheartening when we have platform where we can talk to each other. Every time we come to the committee chair, and I've raised it with you, Then we get court cases, we got names of people and all those kind of things. I thought we have established a relationship now, it's almost 8 months, where if there is an issue that a member feels that we need to do that, we might want to sit together and be able to work on the issue. But as it is, it seems it's us and them, us and yourself, we are not working in terms of making sure that we have a crime-free, and I'm not trying to defend anybody. If there's anything that is wrong, must be investigated. But I'm appealing to you, Chair, that we all really must work together and not necessarily threaten each other. I can see even in the chat, I don't think it's good, Chairperson. Thank you, but again, once more, for supporting us in terms of the budget. And we hope this afternoon we'll be able to get something and do our work very well. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, DM. I appreciate your input. Colleagues, I'm going to move on to the next agenda item. Otherwise, we're going to get stuck. If I may, then hand over to General Sentamule for the feedback regarding extortion-related crime over the festive season. Thank you, General. Over to you. General, you're muted. There we go.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Warm greetings to the Chairperson, to the members of the Portfolio Committee, the Minister of Police, the Deputy Ministers, the National Commissioner, the DNCs, and all attendees on the platform. Chairperson, may I respectfully ask that I switch off my camera as I present, and General Rabi will help me with the prompt on the presentation. Thank
100%.
you. It's refusing, Chair. Seemingly, I need to be visible. Oh, thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, I'm going to start my presentation with acknowledging that as a country, we continue to grapple with the scourge of extortions and extortion-related incidents within the construction, with the construction industry still being a significant target for these crimes. The construction mafia continue to disrupt major construction projects and also in other commodities with demands of either contracts or protection fees, as you will see in our notable successes as we present the cases. These extortionists continue to undermine the rule of law and perpetuate the culture of fear to the communities and intimidate business as well. As law enforcement chairperson, we continue to play a critical role in the prevention, combat, and investigation of these extortion crimes. Next slide. Thank you, General Rabi. This presentation focuses specifically on the extortions that took place during the SAPS Festive Season Operations, which began on the 15th of October, 2024. Apologies for that year, Chairperson and members. In this regard, the integrated extortion investigation teams within organized crime and at station level continued with their operations to counter any extortion or extortion-related crimes. These included intelligence-driven operations, you will see on the successes, proactive and combat response to disruptions of projects or construction sites, investigations, as well as placement of cases on the roll based on their readiness. This presentation therefore seeks to provide the Portfolio Committee with the SAPS ops interventions, as well as case management on extortions during the festive season operations. And before we get into that, Chairperson, I would like to refer or make a reflection on our previous presentation on extortions to the Portfolio Committee, which meetings which were held both in September and October, where we provided the committee with an analysis of the manifestation of the extortion crimes in the country. And in doing so, we covered the following areas. We covered how they are happening, which is the modus operandi, the hotspots where it is prevalent, the typologies, how it manifests, and also we covered our operational approach, which refers to how we investigate these crimes, and also how do we then respond up until we get to the JCPS, the Ministers' Committee, as well as covering the case management, successes, and the functioning of the extortion hotlines, both at province and national. So for the purpose of this presentation, we'll only cover the feedback as asked by the portfolio committee that covers extortion-related crimes which took place during and after the festive season operations. That will be from the 15th of October to 31st of December, 31st of January 2024. Please pardon me, Chairperson. I think with the changing of the versions, the version flex is actually our not edited version. Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'm going to start and look at the issue of the hotspots. We did present this to the portfolio committee, and this has not changed. The picture still remains. We have got 4 provinces, the 4 bigger provinces, still being our hotspot provinces. And in this regard, in Gauteng, Joburg, Tshwane, and Ekurhuleni remain the hotspot districts. In the Western Cape, the city of Cape Town, Cape Winelands, Overberg districts becoming a problem, or actually a problem. In the Eastern Cape, we've got Buffalo City, OR Tambo, and Nelson Mandela district being our hotspots. And lastly, in KwaZulu-Natal, eThekwini, Umgumu, Ndlovu, and Ugu are on our radar as our hotspots. The framework, Chair, we did go through this one in terms of the previous 2 sittings of Parliament, and therefore I'll ask that we skip the slide and go to the next one. Our operational approach, Chairperson, is leaning on the national policing strategy, and in this regard follows the 2 approaches: the geographical approach, which is proactive, the organized crime approach, which is reactive. These approaches are applied throughout, even in the festive season. This is basically how we worked. You would also know that our approach, both geographical and organized crime, still follow the 5-pillar approach, with the first pillar looking at the dismantling, the disruption, and neutralization of criminal syndicates using methods and undercover operations and electronic surveillance. So this is basically your intelligence pillar. And we go to the second pillar that talks to visible policing and operations, which is proactive and high visibility approach. Pillar 3, it talks still to visible policing and operations and focuses on combat and reaction approach by our combat environments like your TRT, NIU, and the task force. Pillar 4, this is where your crime detection is focused, and we are looking here at your investigations that also include the organized crime project approach. And lastly, sorry, Chairperson, the last pillar is communication and liaison, and this is mostly where we also do our awareness program on our social media platforms. In looking at our current interventions, Chairperson, I would like to reflect on the recent media engagement that took place, I think, in ENCA, in which our Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, as well as the PC of the Eastern Cape General Mene, participated. This was highlighting the problem of extortions in the country, with particular focus in the Eastern Cape. In the Eastern Cape, we had Operation Selapa that was aimed at stabilization in the province. These operations continue. We have deployed crime intelligence, detectives, combat units, as well as visible policing. And as I said, the objective is the threat stabilization with arrests. This deployment remains, and exfiltration of the intervention team will only take place or realize once the stability is realized in the province. Chairperson, can I please stop? I see there is a hand of Honorable members, Kosana, I'm not sure if I should proceed.
No, you can proceed, General. We will come to questions soon.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Moving forward, we will then cover, as per the request by Parliament, we will look at the case management that was recorded for the period as specified, which is the 15th of October 2024 to 31st January 2025. During this period, on extortion cases, 745 cases were reported, and from those, 240 arrests were made across the country. Gauteng remains our highest contributor with 241 cases reported, and out of those, 81 arrests were recorded. 60 of these 241 cases are pure extortion cases where money was demanded, and whilst 181 of those cases are extortion related. So these would be cases of assault, cases of intimidation or threat.
General,
Chair, I'm
we've
not
lost
hearing.
you. Let's just give us a second. General Sentamule, we've lost you. Colleagues, let's maybe give a 5-minute. I see there's movement.
Sorry, Chairperson, can you
There
still
we
hear
go.
me?
There we go. Yes, General, we've got you. You can continue. Sorry, we lost you there for a moment.
No, thank you. I think we have a network issue in our office, so I'm going to be using my phone. I'll go back to the Western Cape, Chairperson.
Thank you.
In the previous meeting, we reported that the Western Cape was the second highest in terms of extortions. This continues with the province recording 198 cases with 73 arrests. Of those 198 cases, 21 are pure extortion cases, as I explained earlier what it means, with 177 being extortion-related cases. Of the 177, Chairperson, I must highlight that 142 are intimidation cases, and also in those cases, there were arrests recorded. Moving to KwaZulu-Natal, Chairperson, KwaZulu-Natal recorded 102 cases with 16 arrests. 18 of those cases are pure extortion, whilst the remaining 84 are extortion related. In the Eastern Cape, 86 cases were recorded and 6 arrests were effected. 23 of those are extortion, 63 are extortion related cases. We go to Northwest. Northwest recorded 37 cases with 24 arrests. 12 of the 37 cases are extortion, and the remaining 25 are extortion-related cases. Limpopo, we had 32 cases with 23 arrests. 14 are extortion, with 18 being extortion-related cases. Mpumalanga follows with 21 cases and 12 arrests. 11 of those 21 cases are extortion, and the remaining 10 are extortion-related cases. In the Free State, we have 17 cases recorded with 4 arrests. 2 are extortion and 15 are extortion-related. And lastly, in the Northern Cape, we had a total number of 11 cases with 1 arrest. 5 of these are extortion and 6 are extortion-related cases. In summary, Chairperson, as I said earlier, Gauteng, Western Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, and the Eastern Cape remain our highest contributors to the national figures, accounting to 84% of all extortion cases for the period under review. All cases are currently court-going, with the majority of the 240 arrested suspects still in custody. We do have a legacy
spreadsheet, chairperson, of all these cases where all these arrests are recorded, and also the status of the suspects, whether they are on bail or they are actually in custody. Thank you, chairperson. We will then move to notable arrests. I'll start with the Western Cape. A case of extortion was recorded in Somerset West, where on the 20th of January 2025, a property developer at Somerset Lakes received a call from security about a group of 25 people burning tires at Reunion Drive, Water Edge. When he confronted the group, one person threatened to kill him if he didn't provide work. Fearing for his life, the matter was reported to the police, and this person was immediately arrested. It's also worth noting that this particular suspect is actually on parole. Limpopo in Danielton, another extortion case was recorded. Again, here the complainant, who was given a project by Public Works, he came to fix and maintain services at Egukanyini Preschool. In fulfilling his obligations contractually, he ordered 650 bricks from Problems Dal and plaster sand from another known service provider. However, when the delivery truck arrived, it was turned away by an individual involved in the issuing of the tender, and this person demanded 30% of the tender amount and threatened that if he doesn't give him the said amount, he's going to ensure that the project is halted. Following police intervention, 6 arrests were made in this regard. In Gauteng, we had a case of intimidation in Cosmo City, where a complainant alleged that he was given a contract by Joburg Water to install water pipes at Burkina Faso and Beria Extension 6 in Randburg. A group of community members came on site, stopping him from working and threatening to assault the workers if he proceeded. Again, police were alerted and 3 arrests were made in this regard. In KwaZulu-Natal, in Saudi, another case of intimidation, which took place on the 20th of November, 2024. A complainant came on site to Dumisa Skills Center, where he was tasked or employed to do renovations. And upon arrival, he was turned away, where one person told him that he must not work on that day because of an ongoing meeting. When he returned later, still in November, the suspect, together with a group of other individuals, accosted him and threatened that they will stop his projects if he continued working. Threatening his life and saying that if he continued, they would harm him. These are not people who were part of the center, and as a result, the matter was reported to the police. This resulted in 5 arrests being effected. In KwaZulu-Natal, another extortion case in Commerce Police Precinct. The complainant alleged that while working at his business premises, a group of armed men identifying themselves as the Gumede gang demanded a protection fee from him. They threatened his life and warned that if he doesn't cooperate, there will be continuous robberies to his business. The complainant alerted the police, leading to 1 arrest. However, the investigation is going to also apprehend the remaining suspects. In Limpopo, another case of intimidation in Dubatsi, where in October there was another complainant and another individual who were at the mine when they were approached by a chairperson of a group called Ansley Mine Business Forum. And this chairperson introduced himself and gave him a memorandum outlining the demands with which the mine acknowledged via email. However, on the 22nd of October, these people came back and blocked the entrance into the mine, even though their memorandum letter was received. And in this regard, again, the arrests were made, 14 arrests were made by the police. General Rabi, next slide. In Danielton, in Limpopo, Chairperson, I think this is a reputation, Chairperson, apologies. I will go to the Roseneckel in Limpopo, where a manager of a construction company alleged that the suspects that need to shut down his project at Edwin Construction if their demands for protection were not met. They also blocked employees from entering the site. Police intervention led to the arrest of 8 suspects. Lastly, Chairperson, in the Northern Cape, there was a matter of kidnapping and extortion which involved the police. This happened in Kimberley. The complainant alleged that he was kidnapped by 2 policemen who demanded 200,000 after finding diamond stones worth 4 million in his possession. The policemen took the diamonds and drove him to Bloemfontein, where they further demanded he transfer 150,000 to a specified FNB account. He was held in Bloemfontein until rescue came to the fore by the police after an intelligence-driven operation. As a result, 5 men, which include 2 policemen and 3 civilians, were arrested and remain in custody. The 2 policemen have since been dismissed after the effecting of internal processes. Thank you. Chairperson, I will now move to the extortion hotline for the period under review as requested by Parliament. The national hotline recorded 779 calls with 30 positive calls which were referred to provinces for further investigation. Chairperson, of the 33 were proved to be negative. The 27 that were given to provinces, inquiries were recorded and those are still under investigation. However, no arrests have been made as yet. In the Eastern Cape, of the 657 calls received, 104 cases were registered, 11 inquiries registered, and as a result of these calls made, 32 arrests were effected. From the Western Cape, for the period, only 39 calls were received. 2 led to 2 cases, which led to 2 cases being registered and 3 arrests being effected. In terms of the way forward, Chairperson, the SAPS, together with the partners who are involved in the extortion task teams, we continue with the awareness programs on social media and other platforms to encourage communities to report cases, bearing in mind of people fearing for their lives, as well as the issue of clarity in relation to whistleblower protection. And again, we seek to strengthen the effectiveness of the national and priority committees, for this is a platform where we monitor progress of all cases, and this is where we sit with the NPA, we sit with all the other relevant role players that are in the value chain of investigating extortion crimes. Lastly, Chairperson, we are seeing a prominence of police involvement in extortions, and therefore we are strengthening our fight against corruption using our crime intelligence as well as our anti-corruption units, both from the SAPS as well as the DPCI. Chairperson, that brings me to the end of our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, General Sintamule. I appreciate the thorough presentation and especially the case examples, the detail in them. Colleagues, I'm going to open now for comments. I've noted, Honorable Carla Barnard, you are extremely quick. Let me just list the names. I see Honorable Carla Barnard, Honorable Schikkeling, Honorable Ghana. Anyone else that would like to? Honorable Bloze, I see you. Honorable Skosana. There we go. Honorable Kola Barnard, and then Honorable Ghana, and then Honorable Schikkeling. And then I'll go over to the rest.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm most interested in the construction industry extortion cases, probably because it started in my province of KwaZulu-Natal. Do you have offhand the conviction rates? I've heard from, I think you did make reference to that, but I have heard from private construction company cases that to convict the extortionists is extremely difficult. They swap IDs, they swap names, they disappear. It becomes a major mission. Witnesses disappear, threats are made, as you said, whistleblowers are under huge threat. It is most encouraging to hear that most of your suspects are still in custody. But again, and I know those are currently in custody, but leading up to this, as this has finally been accepted to be a major issue in this country, and that took some years, and I think 3 mentions in the SONA for it to now be taken with your hotlines, etc., taken seriously. So what are your success rates looking like? It's very positive to hear that you're working with the NPA. So we're talking about prosecution-driven investigations. I mean, that's always the key, isn't it? In cases such as that of the Gumede gang in Umkomaas that you referred to, you arrested one of a gang. Do you then provide some sort of protection for the person who came to you for assistance? What happens now? Are they now left on their own? What if the rest of the gang come to try and force that person to retract? It's a huge issue, and having heard at length about the threats that go on at sites for protection, initially it was give me a job, now it's just give me money, and this nonsense of demanding a third of the tender. It's very volatile and a highly dangerous situation to be in. So what do you do? Do you do anything in terms of that person, or are they obliged to hire private security? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kola Barnard. Honorable Ghana. Reverend Meshwe, I've noted you as well. I'll come to you after the rest. Honorable Ghana, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks to the SAPS team. I think this is a much improved presentation that we have received since we started this on this particular matter. And as we make inputs, we hope that it will get strengthened. So one of the things that I did raise in the last meeting that we discussed this particular issue was to get a bit, almost following on what the Honorable Kola Barnard was saying, to get a bit more information insofar as the kind of charges that people are facing, because one of the things that the minister has said, and it will be kind of maybe the team can reflect on, that in some of the business robberies, or those that will get classified as business robberies, might very well fit the definition of extortion, especially when there's no compliance from the side of the business owner. So that analysis, insofar as the type of charges that the people are facing, will strengthen this report, which is it's a step in the right direction. And then linked to that, Chair, it's the work insofar as when they are being investigated, whether this from the analysis of the police, they are seeing this as a localized organized crime, or it's got a network outside of the local areas, and what are some of the early investigation indicating? Is it indicating that the the majority of these extortion incidents and cases tend to be committed at the hyper localized level, or are we dealing with a lot more organized interprovincial groups that are perpetrating this kind of crimes, and how many of them, especially, and I'm interested insofar as quote unquote the business forums, because there were a number of cases that were listed there, at least the notable ones that relate to government contracts. How many of them are actually we're dealing with people that quote unquote are claiming to be business forums, and what are the analysis in that regard showing? And if we can start giving a lot in terms of both the arrest, but also the methods that are being used in terms of communication when successful prosecutions have happened, I think that will help in the fight. But thanks for that presentation. I think, Chair, you will agree that it has moved positively forward since the first presentation that we received. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Ghana. Yeah, I agree with you completely. I think it's a definite step forward from last year's discussion. Honourable Schikkerling.
Thank you so much, Chair. Chair, I also would like to welcome the notable arrests and commend the police for doing a much better job, and then also a much better presentation. We all know that extortion is really a massive threat to our economy and growth of jobs in our country. It really is a concern. I'd just like to know, what is the SAPS doing to ensure that informal community businesses such as spaza shops, schools, and township initiatives are informed correctly about this threat, Chair? Because it is my experience that most of these communities are really not adequately informed, and they are definitely falling prey to the scourge of extortion. And it is a massive concern, because these are people that are really just trying to make a living and put food on their table at night. And then, Chairperson, considering that we are busy with the budgeting process, I would like to know what the composition is of these integrated extortion investigation teams, Chair. And please, can the police provide us with associated costs? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Schikkerling. Over to Honourable Bloze. Honourable Bloze, are you there?
Oh yes, so sorry, Chair. I'm here.
No
I was
problem.
just failing to unmute. No, look, Chair. Again, this report tells us that extortion is really a pandemic in this country, and I mean, we have expressed this before when we even were calling for, an ad hoc committee that we should go out and look at, the impact of extortions in the country. Now, you can even see that even those who are in uniform, who are supposed to be protecting our people, are also involved in these things of extortions. So it's really, really a big problem, Chairperson. And I don't think that what we are being reported here actually covers the extent in which these extortions has impacted our communities. It is way larger than what the report is showing us. But the numbers of the report are high. So I really think, Chair, that as a portfolio committee, we need to relook our decision of shutting down, the proposal to look at an ad hoc committee to actually just go and find out the extent in which our people are being affected by this. If you look at also the where this things is happening, it's concentrated in certain areas. There are 4 provinces which are contributing about 84% of these extortion-related crimes. So if we really know where the problem is, there ought to be a concentrated effort that should go in there, and we ought to deal with this thing. But if we do not understand the extent of the problems, because it's not just in construction, it's not just in businesses. It has now gotten deep into communities where even communities who have lost their family members, these criminals are coming there and wanting monies of investment that the families would have had, monies of pensions and all of those things. So it's really a pandemic that is facing our country. Maybe a direct question, Chair, for me is what is then SAPS doing by when their own members are then seem to be found to be involved in this? How are they ensuring that they cap this thing and within now SAPS? Because we can't be having criminals running around and extorting our people because they want to operate businesses. But further to that, those who are in uniform, supposed to be protecting our people, and now also seem to be engaged in this crime. So what is really SAPS doing about that to ensure that they protect the image of the South African Police Service? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Blose. Thanks for your input. Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. I think the issue which we've raised the last in the last quarter, we raised this issue of extortion, and I think it is indeed problematic. As I said, that some policemen are even paying; they have been extorted by this criminal syndicate. In Cape Town, some policemen feel unsafe. You know, you can imagine business people, ordinary people, small business people, you know, that this indeed has to be prioritized, you know, and unfortunately, you know, the courts sometimes are failing us. But I heard the minister saying he has already made an appointment with the Minister of Justice, you know, for them to discuss this issue. I know that we always say, you know, judiciary is independent, which is a debate for another day. But indeed, if they can help us, you know, in trying to strengthen the courts as well, that it should not be easy for people to buy the so-called dockets, and you find those people are outside as well, boasting and intimidating again, or killing, you know, the complainants. You know, as you know that we know have a lot of people who are whistleblowers, and their life is at stake in some instances. In other words, I'm saying these construction companies as well, some of them, I can tell you with what we have gathered, you know, but we gave those to the police, is that some of them, they are perpetrating this thing as well, because they are being blackmailed and they are paying fees to these criminals. And indeed, we need to not only talk about this thing, because I see the arrest, the number of arrests for me is too low. You know, of what I know, for instance, I'll give you in Witbank, the area of Emalahleni, or say in Mpumalanga, the Highveld region. There's so many extortions. There's a group called Shikisha there, which was terrorizing miners, you know, and some transporters as well in that particular area. And there's a lot of them. It's not, you know, a small number of people. If you go to that area, you'll understand what I'm talking about. You go to where the projects, you know, like the slides which I saw here. Some of the projects have been derailed by these criminals, intimidating even subcontractors. And indeed, we need to strengthen this and make sure that even if there's undercover, you know, whatever the system the police wants to use. But indeed, I think our criminal intelligence as well has to be a resource for them to be able to work, you know, together with the community to identify these criminals. Because some people are living in fear, even professionals. I mean, I'm talking about doctors here, as I said in the last quarter, are being extorted by these criminals. They have to pay a particular fees. Even worse with the so-called foreign nationals who are running spaza shops and supermarkets and general dealers. You know, those are the people as well who are perpetrating this thing, because especially foreign nationals, because they are afraid, you know, and some of them are illegal immigrants anyway. And indeed, our police has to make sure as well with the Department of Home Affairs and arrest all these illegal immigrants who are trading where we come from, where we are staying, they are there. But indeed, this extortion will never end if we, as well as the state, participate in these illegal activities. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Skosana. Reverend Meshwe, over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Acknowledging that this is a very dangerous terrain that the police are working in, we must commend them for their successes, even though they are low, that we read about, and also commend the department for dismissing the 2 policemen who were involved in kidnapping a person in Kimberley. What I want to know is whether the car that was used in transporting this person from Kimberley to Bloemfontein was a private car or whether it was a police vehicle. And if it was a police vehicle, are the cars not tracked or monitored so that the movements of cars that are used for personal or for criminal activities can be noted? And I also want to know that in this case that we heard about, did this transportation of an individual to Bloemfontein happen after hours or during office hours? And lastly, whether the police keep record of the contractors who abandon projects because of intimidation and demands for extortions. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend. General Masemola, can I hand over to you again to coordinate the response?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I'll start answering some of the questions and then give over to my colleagues. Yeah, Honorable Chairperson, this we agree that this is an environment that is a phenomenon, is a crime that is quite new and rapidly spreading. And to answer one of the questions asked, whether is this localized or is it also move from province to province? The answer there is that yes, you do find areas where the crime moves from one province to another. It gets imported. At some point, we had a problem on the West Coast, somewhere in the Northern Cape, which is a very far area, far from everything. But we arrested people there that are coming from as far as Mpumalanga, KZN, that went there to go and cause trouble. So it does get transported. But I think to detail more the modus operandi, it would be safe to leave it there, Honorable Chair. Otherwise, we can just as well train other new criminals, train them to go and do it. So, which is not our intention to do. But yes, some of it manifests itself in your business forums. They've got quite a number of names from province to province, from locality to locality. You find it in different forms, and people report some, they don't, we pick it up ourselves. Some, yes, they resort to the toll-free line, which also do assist, and we follow up thereafter. To put a cost to this crime definitely would be quite a difficult one to say it cost the country. We know that various forums like your engineering forums and build associations, they do attach cost, but we don't have a cost. We rather safely leave it to those other areas. And its impact on the informal business, your spaza shops, we are aware that it is a concern there. Your spaza shops, your other informal sectors, but we can't really also attach a cost there. Involvement of our members, yes, we have a number of members that make themselves guilty of this crime, and we deal with them as and when it happens. Honorable Chair, you remember in Durban Point we arrested also members of SAPS there, 7 of them. In Old Bay, last year we arrested 4 members. In Begweni, in Western Cape, there was members arrested. So there is quite a number of members that get arrested committing this very crime, Chairperson. And then, let me ask General Sintumule, followed by General Sibia, to respond on the questions. General Sintumule.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm
Thank
trying
you,
to
General.
move to
Please
the
go
other
ahead.
budgets. Thank you, Chairperson. In relation to questions asked by Honorable Paula Barnett, General Sibia will cover the issue of successes, particularly convictions on construction sites or construction-related projects. I'm going to go straight into the Umkoma's arrest, as well as the security, as well as and securing of the complainant, who is a business owner of a construction company. We applied 2 approaches to ensuring that the victim or the complainant is securely secured. The first part was that we engaged the local station in Umkomas to ensure that they do visibility efforts to the site. So they visit the site continuously. They do engage with the complainant to see if there's been any visit from the suspects who are still out, that we are tracing and tracking as well. And also we encouraged the complainant to also hire private security as a way of augmenting his security on the site. In that way, they work continuously again with the station visible policing members who are patrolling the area. And then, Chairperson, I'll move to the one of Honorable Ghana in terms of the kind of charges preferred to the suspects during the arrest. The following categories are applied: electronic transactions, which talks to funds which were transferred electronically by the victims to the suspects. They are charged for that. And also the application of force, that this is where the complainants are forced to pay protection fees with the threat that if she or he doesn't, she will be killed. The other one is intimidation, where intimidation means that they will be various methodologies will be applied to intimidate them into paying money to the suspects. Pointing of a firearm, the manner of force that is used to pay the money. Assault, where complainants or victims are assaulted. Taken, this refers to goods which were taken when extortion or protection fees are not paid over to the suspect. So it could be a vehicle. We've got a case currently that we're working on, where the victim has fled to the Western Cape, where his property was seized by the suspects, as well as threats over the telephone, false accusations, where I think we've seen this again now in social media, where the victims are threatened with the publishing of compromising photographs or videos if they do not comply with the request of the suspects. The last one, which is a big one, the numbers are high. For example, in Gauteng it's 119, KwaZulu-Natal is 54, Western Cape is 142. It is threatening, where the complainants are threatened to pay money, or again, they will be harmed or killed. So those are the preferred charges that Honorable Ghana asked about. In terms of the manifestation of the groups, our investigations reveal that for now, these are localized, which means that people are sitting at a local level, where more than 2 people who are planning with an intent to engage in extortion or intimidation, which is extortion related. We have not come across any of inter-provincial groups operating in this sketch of extortions, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. So we will task our intelligence to make sure that maybe we see of the groups that we have, that we are monitoring, how many of those have been seen to be operating inter-provincially. In relation to the question of Honorable Shekeling, I think the NASCOM answered the question on the spaza shops, as well as the funding of the teams that are investigating extortions. I'll only focus on the compositions of the teams. The teams are based on a 5-pillar approach, and these will include intelligence. These will include visible policing members, the combat units, that's your TRT, NIU, as well as the task force, the detectives, the prosecutor assigned to the team, depending on that project and which province, as well as communication. So that is the composition of the case. However, because we also with our stakeholders externally, so private security will be involved as well as the affected departments like your SANRAL, like probably your ESCOM and others that will actually at the time be affected. The question of Honorable Blose on what happens to the members, I think Honorable Mesha also gave an example. Our members who are involved in these crimes are over and above criminally charging them and arresting them. They are also taken through our disciplinary process. The example of the Diamond case in Kimberley, where 2 of these members were dismissed after they were taken through our DC processes. However, they are in custody because they were also criminally charged. On the question of Honorable Meshwe, in terms of which car was used and whether the members were off duty or on duty. The car that was used by these members was a private hired vehicle, not a police vehicle. These members were off duty. However, in the commission of the crime, they were wearing a uniform. General, I'm going to hand over to General Sibia to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. In relation to the question that relates to the successes and the conviction rate, Chair, we do have a holistic picture that we have from the system. We did request for information from the system in relation to this financial year. But safe to say that between April 2023 and 31st March 2024, the number of cases that were reported is 319, and suspects arrested was 151. And the conviction there, those that were found guilty, is 13 so far. And I must indicate also that we do have a number of different types of involvement. When you look at we have a number of different extortions that are taking place, starting from the construction mafia, the business extortion, the cyber extortion, the sexual extortions, where a person says, if you don't sleep with me, and this is what I'm going to do to release your nude pictures, or do this and that. We also do have the ransomware, where the type of extortion involves the use of malware to encrypt a victim's file and demand payment for encryption key. We also have the law enforcement effort that are involved here, We have the different teams that are forms, just to add on top of what the General said, General Sintumula, that we do have where I can fill in the DPC are involved. We've got task teams that are involved, multidisciplinary task teams. The community for policing forum is also involved, and the FIC, because we have to follow the money as well and see how money is being changing hands. And then we also have an integrated approach with the BAC, Business Against Crime, and the NPA involved. We also have a national hotline that is working, and we have a number of cases that have been reported through the hotline and that are actively under investigation. And in relation to that question that relates to the Diamond members, officials in, I'm sorry, that one. And then in relation to the officials that are involved, since 2019, we do have 2,118 those that have been dismissed. But in relation to a specific, confined to a specific time period, is the information that we may have to provide at a later stage, Chair, because we didn't anticipate the type of question. But safe to say that we do have teams that are running in every province in relation to the extortion, making sure that we address and attend to the chain stores, those that are lower level type of people, the shops, as they report. Some of them are afraid to report, of course. Some of them, they do report. Once the problem is resolved, they withdraw. But we do attend to them as well. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, General. General Masemola, is there anything you would like to add?
Oh, thanks, Chair. I think other comments by honourable members, we take note of those advices, and we will implement some of the advices. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, General. DM Boshielo, I see your hand is up.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I was just also about to say some of the advices that we got from committee members. We have noted them and will be able to implement them. But also, in terms of the extortions, I think in one or the other, maybe the committee can also assist us. We need to review this issue of putting an amount when you advertise the tender, because they use that, like let's say you advertise a tender of 30 million, then they calculate the 30% of the 30 million and then demand it upfront. Otherwise, you are not going to work. And it's extortion in itself, but then it's because of the policies that we have. I'm not sure, I don't have an idea how we can do that, but this information, some of them use it in this way. Also, there's another crime which when we're working in December, on the 31st in the border of Beitbridge, where 89 cars were stopped from crossing to Zimbabwe. What we do, or South Africans do, they take out the tracker and then they sell these cars to foreigners. And then as soon as they cross the border, then they lodge the claim with the insurance companies. So we were able to stop about 89 cars worth about 42 million. So this is another crime that is coming. I think this one we can go out and educate our people, ourselves, or yourself also included, the awareness in terms of doing that. The last one is what we call the innocent buyer. There are cars that are stolen to neighboring countries. And even if you go there yourself, you will get your car with the number. They don't even change number plate. And mostly they are high-ranking ministers, deputy ministers, because they are the ones that can afford to buy these cars. So they don't even bother to change the number plate, your what and everything. And then when you go there, they tell you that, no, I bought it from on DM Bushielo. And I don't know her, and I didn't know that it was stolen. And in the law of those countries, especially Swaziland, Mozambique, they call it innocent buyer. So he bought it innocently, so there's nothing that we can do. But we're having bilaterals also with DERCO in terms of dealing with this kind of crime. So crime will always manifest itself. As you get it right in the Zama, then you go to extortion. As you do the extortion, they will come down. So I agree with you and the advice that we got, that let's look at the bigger picture and be able to deal with this issue holistically so that we can deal with the source and then not necessarily the symptoms. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, DM. I almost said General DM. Thank you, DM. Colleagues, I'm going to push through to the next agenda point, which is the continuation of the briefing regarding the capacitation of detective services by General Nkua. I would like us to not rush it, but to make sure that when we get to the comments that we keep it focused, and the questions too, in order for us to make sure that we all have enough time before the budget announcement and speech this afternoon. Thank you, General Masemola. General Nkua, I'm handing over to you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. This presentation will be done by General Sintumude. It's a detective presentation. General Nkua did present last year in terms of what we have given to detectives. So this time it's the detectives that is going to give us progress on their plan. Thank you, General Sintumude. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. As said by the National Commissioner, in November last year, the SAPS gave a presentation on a plan and an approach on how we are going to capacitate the detectives. Today's presentation will focus on progress made in this regard. And the reason why it's done by the detectives, it is because the posts already were given to the detectives. So we are going to give the committee today progress on in a phased manner on how far we have gone on capacitating the detectives using both the NASCOM's project as well as the Minister's project. Chairperson, in starting the presentation, I would like to refer to a publication that was published by Cytrofeld as part of the DPME report on detectives that talks to the state of detectives, which was compiled in 2020. In this publication, they made an observation that there is clear evidence that the detective service operates under enormous budgetary and human resource constraints. Yet, despite these challenges, they perform their tasks well under difficult circumstances. The detectives, according to Cytophil, the detectives have developed the resilience and psychosocial capabilities to deal effectively with day-to-day situations, including adaptation to challenging conditions and the achievement of performance results regardless of the hardships experienced. This is evident in terms of the number of cases that are placed before the courts, as well as the suspects convicted that are currently being housed in our correction facilities. Next slide. As part of the introduction, Chairperson, we would like to reflect again that starting from 2012, we have observed a growing caseload and which has led to underperformance in the division, as well as question the effectiveness of the police in detection of crime, as well as its capacity to investigate successfully. This is also confounded by the accumulation of an unmanageable caseload. I think one honorable member also cited the issue of backlog, which further makes the situation worse, necessitating that we develop systematic docket reduction strategies, as well as how do we manage the workload of each detective. In this regard, we have had various initiatives to expediently resolve these challenges, and also these will be part of what we are presenting to Parliament today. The next slide focuses on the significance of the mandate of the detective. If this environment is not picked up, it also affects the outlook of the community on the police, particularly on its ability to be able to solve crimes. The vision, it is part of the broader SAPS vision, that we also need to ensure that as the police, we create a safe and secure environment for all our inhabitants. And this is done through servicing our communities effectively. We also know that the investigation of crime on its own will not impact positively on crime unless we begin to see proper detection, successful prosecution, which will include conviction as well. When we did our analysis, we realized that definitely there is an increase in reported crime. If we look at the docket load of 2012 around, we had 1.4 million dockets, and to date we have 2.1 million dockets, which includes your inquests and inquiries, and the number of detectives is not living up to the task because it is diminishing due to attrition and other factors. And this is further compounded by the issue of the country fiscus, where we have seen budget reductions, which also have impacted on our compensation budget and also our ability to be able to investigate crime, as members carry a lot of dockets, and that also affects the quality of the investigations. Next slide. In dealing with the issue of capacities, and as you are being given the numbers or injection by the National Commissioner, we developed a recruitment project plan, and these were the key objectives of that project plan. The qualitative, which is now the quality that comes into the environment to improve on the quality of the investigations. The quantitative, that means now the injection of numbers, capacitation, as well as training within the detective service. The intention, again, it is the improvement in the performance of the detective service, and that can be realized also through your docket load reduction, which will improve our detection rate on all categories of crime, and also ensure the improvement in our conviction rate. And ultimately, the spin-off will be the improved community confidence and the capacity of the police to resolve all categories of crime. As outlined in the recruitment project plan, the focus areas which ultimately will result, or we foresee that it will result in performance improvement, it talks to capacity building through project 4,500 of our new intakes, building capacity through contracting of former seasoned detectives to address identified old cases, as well as the business participative partnership, bearing in mind that the SAPS does not have the financial muscle to carry this huge project. I'm going to start addressing the National Commissioners Project, which relates directly to the injection of 4,500 new detectives who are part of our new intakes. In this regard, during the first intake, which consisted of 4,517 newly appointed members, which joined the police from January 2024 to December 2024, the detective service was allocated totals as follows. At station level, the detectives received 1719 members. At the top 30 high contact crime stations, we received 196 members. For the CR and CSM environment in forensic, those are your first responders of crime, we received 300. And for crime intelligence, we received 300, which means that in this current financial year, that is 2024-2025, we received a total of 2,515 members. I'm now going to give the committee progress report on how these members have been identified and also placed in units. We have the first deliverable for the National Commissioners Project 4,500, and which talks to the allocation of 1,719 members. newly trained members to the detective service. The key action here was the identification of members to be placed at detective service end stations, so detective service stations, as well as specialized units within the detectives. The breakdown for the 1719 is as follows. The Eastern Cape received 128 members. Free State received 154. Gauteng didn't receive any in the new intake. However, they were given 65 for the top 30 high contact crime stations. And this is also in line with what is allowed within the FE, and GP, as we stand, is over its allocation. Therefore, the focus was more on the top 30 high contact crime stations. KwaZulu-Natal received 130. Limpopo received 141. Mpumalanga received 306 members. Northwest received 290. Northern Cape received 95, with Western Cape receiving the bulk at 563, and thus makes the total 1719. In terms of progress, Chairperson, in December 2024, 4,000 new trainees were taken through our psychometric evaluation, which is a selection battery for detectives. Emanating from that, the list was finalized. The list was finalized by HR for distribution to provinces. Project teams were formed at both national and provinces, and these were led in the provinces by the DPC's support services, working with the DPC's crime detection, as well as the provincial heads within crime detection. The selection process took place from the 29th to 31 January, with the list finalized by 31st of January. As we stand today, Chairperson, a total 1,318 members were successfully identified for placement in detective services. 401 is still in process. So the provinces are concluding their process. It is envisaged that this will end by the end of February, or conclude by the end of February. It is also worth mentioning that some of these members also have been identified to be placed within our SAPS units, which include units as your murder and robbery, the firearms investigations task teams, the anti-gang, cybercrime, organized crime, etc. The final list was submitted to HR. The people have already been placed within the FE as part of the detective service. And in this regard, as part of the project plan, a training plan was developed by HRD for these newly recruited members, who will then undertake training at Hammanskraal for the resolving of crime that takes 6 weeks. Thank you, Chair. In relation to deliverable number 2, that's now capacitating the detectives at the top 30 high contact crime stations. The allocated number was 196, and the provinces were allocated the following. Gauteng received 65, KwaZulu-Natal received 35, Limpopo received 7, and Western Cape received 89. I must mention, Chair, that these are the only provinces who are prominent on the top 30 high contact crime stations. Hence, you'll only see 4 and not see the other provinces. And again, in this regard, as with the previous page, all due processes were conducted. In terms of status, 64 members were identified, 132 are still in process. And again, we envisage that these members will be finally selected, and we conclude the 196 by the end of February. Thank you, Chair. The next deliverable talks to the new intake, which started now in February, where detective services was allocated 1,075 new members who will be recruited whilst busy with the basic training. The allocations of the provinces is as follows. The Eastern Cape received 316 members, Free State 116, Gauteng again, they only got 97 members for the top 30 high conduct crime stations. KwaZulu-Natal received 484, Limpopo 189, Northwest didn't receive, and Mpumalanga, according to the FE, Northern Cape received 180, Western Cape received 90, and that makes the total of 1,375 new recruits for the detective service. As this has not yet started, the battery for selection has already been finalized by psychometric services. And I think once we're done, then we will then take the 1,375. HR will finalize the list. We already have project teams lined up to start the process. The selection process will take place from the 1st of March to the 31st of March, with the final list being submitted to HRM by the 1st of April 2025. It is worth mentioning, Chairperson, that these members, upon completing their basic training at HRD, they will not go for workplace exposure. They will head straight to Hammanskraal for the ROC training for 6 weeks. So when they leave the college and leave training, they will be members of the detective service. Thank you, Chairperson. And then the next slide talks to the injection for the top 30 high conduct crime station with the new intake, where 179 members were allocated. And again, the 4 big provinces who are within our top 30, Gauteng is getting 96, KwaZulu-Natal is getting 53, Limpopo is getting 7, and the Western Cape will receive 23. I think, Chairperson, the information on progress and status is as the previous slide. So we'll go to the next one. Further to the new intakes, Chairperson, the National Commissioner also allocated 1,000 lateral recruitments of members from other units to capacity the detective service. In this regard, the following numbers were given to both national and provinces. At national, we received 55 to augment our intervention and inspection capacity. The Eastern Cape received 154, Free State received 100, Gauteng received 0, KwaZulu-Natal received 153, Limpopo received 95, Mpumalanga 95, Northwest received 100, Northern Cape 85, Western Cape 163. The project was approached in the following manner. There are members who were requested or who volunteered to come back to the detective service, and the closing date for them was February 2025. In terms of progress, Chairperson, already 362 of those members have already been successfully placed in the detective service. Thank you, Chair. And the adverts have gone out both at province and national for the remaining 638 of the 1,000. It is foreseen, Chairperson, that the placement of these members will conclude by the 1st of April 2025. I must also emphasize that we are working with HRM on this project, and that's why our timelines are made according to the HR processes. The next part of the injection, Chairperson, which is level number 6, it talks to the lateral placement of Crime Stop Contact Center as part of the expansion project, where we allocated 40 posts, which will also include capacitation of the extortion hotlines, both at national and provinces. The posts were divided as follows. From the 40, level 7, 4 posts will be allocated, and those will be supervisors. Level 5, these will be PSA members. 36 posts were allocated, and the target, we are looking at targeting people with disabilities for the call center. Thank you, Chairperson. The letters were all signed. The Division HRM is currently conferring with OD on the posts, and also once that is done, The due diligence will be done through the CFO on the financing model. Again, in our discussion, the target placement for these members at the Crime Stop Contact Center is the 1st of April 2025, because it is your lateral placement. The next deliverable, Chairperson, talks to the re-enlistment of 200 detectives, specifically your non-commissioned officers, that's from constable to warrant officer. And in this regard, the following adverts went out throughout the country. Eastern Cape advertised 30 posts as per the allocation, Free State 16, GP 30, KwaZulu-Natal 30. The smaller provinces, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, and Northwest also advertised 16, as well as Northern Cape. In this regard, Chairperson, screening and interviewing was concluded. A total number of 500 detectives were selected for this process. However, we still have to go to provinces for them to select from the pool, and then the 200 then will be placed within your forensic leads investigation units in fulfillment of the DNA Act as required. And then, Chairperson, we will then move to the Minister's project, where we are looking at your old cases reduction project. The focus of this project is as follows. We have identified old cases that will lead to the workload reduction of the detectives, and this will be done through the contracting of former seasoned detectives, and the challenging issue would be determining the funding model for the project. I'll talk to that. On asset analysis, Chairperson, we identified that the workload which requires attention is 1,900,000 dockets plus. And of those dockets, 551,341 dockets are 2 years and older. So that becomes our focus for the reduction, because we cannot have your bigger plate. So we need to have a sizable number that will help us make an impact. And in this regard, we have identified that the requirement or the required number of detectives to fulfill this purpose is 723, and they range from the rank of constable to the rank of a colonel. As per our project plan, the budget required is just under 900 million. That's just for compensation. And if you look at the resources, the budget required is just under 180 million. These members will be employed on contract. I did touch on the ranks, and this will be a 1-year contract, renewable based on performance. In the contract, there will be specified roles and responsibilities, and General Divets Environment from HRM will then develop an assessment criteria for us to review the performance if it's still relevant and also effective for the project. Moving forward, Chair, we did touch on the issue of our struggling fiscus as a country. So we are looking at diverse funding models for the project. First, we are looking at the SAPS coffers. In this regard, the CFO was engaged and has committed some funding. The Minister did touch on approaching National Treasury to also fulfill the remaining amount that is required. Also, we are looking at public-private partnerships, not necessarily monetary, but in other ways that can assist the detectives. In this regard, the business case proposal was concluded and costed. We have done the presentation to the Minister, the Ministerial Commissioner, the Acting DEFCOM HRM, as well as the CFO. And further, we have engaged with business, specifically with BAXA, with an intent to venture into an ecosystem of funding for the project. I think this is also talking to the presidential initiative where we met with business to indicate what sort of support will the police require in fulfilling their mandate as per the Constitution. I will now talk, Chairperson, to the Business Participative Partnership, that's your ecosystem, and give progress that we had 2 meetings with BAXA, and in this regard, SAPS is to give a proposal outlining the needs or the required needs for the business partnership. The date has been altered because we still have to present to the National Commissioner. The focus here is both detectives as well as TMS for their support to the detectives. I think we are looking at leveraging technology in our crime investigation capabilities. Thank you, Chair. I think for any project plan, you need to look at your critical success factors, or else we will be working in darkness. So in this regard, we are saying that for this to succeed, we need to have improved command and control, and that must happen on all quality assurance levels. That is from the branch level to the district level, the province and national, or else we will not see the results. And again, I think we need to talk strongly on the issue of application of consequence management, as a lot of investment would have been put in this project, and therefore we cannot afford to fail the nation through our own issues around command and control. We need also a very strong M&E regime that will measure whether we are making inroads in reducing the docket load or not. And again, there will be a defined reporting framework that talks to internally, that will be the Minister, National Commissioner, acting from HR and Finance, but also the oversight structures that includes the Portfolio Committee on Policing. Where we are now, Chairperson, we are just awaiting approval, and then we can be all systems go. Thank you so much, Chairperson. I conclude. Thank you.
Thank you very much, General. Thank you for the detailed presentation. Colleagues, I'm going to open the floor again. I'm just noting, you can put up your hand so long.
You mute.
Yeah. Oh, no. It went up again.
There we go. Thank you. Can I start with Honourable James, followed by Honourable Carla Barnard, followed by Honourable Schikkeling. Honourable James, over to you.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, and thank you to the General for the presentation. Much needed and much welcomed. I have one concern. During my oversight visits that I've conducted at several police stations, I've noted the strenuous conditions under which our detectives has to work in. So yes, we're going to be allocating detectives to various police stations, but my concern is there's no office space at these police stations. At many of them, you find that up to 10 members having to share one space. You also find that the reason for the backlog in investigating these cases, it's because our detectives don't have the resources, such as vehicles, such as telephones, such as laptops, such as computers. Sometimes, you know, they have to wait in a queue literally at the police stations just to use a computer. So I want to know, what is the budget allocation for resources to ensure that when we basically deploy all of these detectives, they have the necessary tools of trade to do their jobs effectively. Thank you.
Honourable Carla Barnard.
Thank you, Chair. Couple from me. Are your investigations today via your detectives all now prosecution driven? Hand in hand with the NPA. It does sound like it, but for some time it was something of a swear word, prosecution driven. That was used to shut down the Scorpions, who of course showed this was by far the most effective manner in which to ensure convictions. So fill us in there. I know it's been a sort of complete about turn. I hope it is the case. Your vision to create, and it's your vision in the document, create a safe and secure environment, sounds rather empty in the face of the increasing murder rates. What are you intending to do differently, approach differently, in order to turn the situation around? I mean, much of what I've seen is very positive, if it comes off the page, but it really does need a very fresh, very new set of strategies in order to turn our disastrous crime situation around. Now, budget cuts, they are a reality. Every department's feeling them. Think of defense. I mean, all of them are really battling. And we may well hear of further cuts in 3 hours' time. I'm hoping your negotiations with Treasury were positive, that we won't have horrendous news in, well, it's not 3 hours now, it's 2 hours' time. So rather than repeatedly referencing that fact, where are the strategic moves to mitigate against the reductions? Starting, for example, by cutting the hugely expensive and frequent trips overseas by your colleagues at massive expense. Really, in this day and age of online meetings, I don't know that it's necessary at all. I'm hearing of, aside from the new batch of recruits, the pulling of new detectives out of stations around the country. Fill me in there, because obviously the impact of staff shortages would then be felt at those stations. And you referred to it, the program of attempting to pull back retired detectives. I remember when we suggested that a couple of years ago. I think it's really coming to fruition. But are you actually headhunting the best of the best who have retired? I mean, if they miss your advertisement, it could be a missed opportunity for you. But I'm not quite understanding why they're frequently sent to the Forensic Leads Investigation Division. Because it does sound like there's an increasing juniorization of the detective service. I think that's it for now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Kola Barnard. Honourable Schikkeling, followed by Skosana, then Ghana. Thank you, Honourable Schikkeling.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I have so many questions regarding the detectives, but fortunately some of them have been covered, because detective services is really a concern in our country. And my first question is going to be, how many dockets on average do detectives have at the moment? Because I would like to see what the change is going to be in the next few months. And then across the board, training and upscaling opportunities is really a problem. And many officers that we've spoken to, not just detectives, have really highlighted the concern of training. So I would like to know how the specialized training programs for detectives, such as forensic investigation and cybercrime, which is a massive growing concern in our country, will be structured and rolled out. Obviously, we are busy with the budget, Chair, and I really hope that the department has consulted properly with National Treasury, as highlighted by Honourable Kola Barnard. I'm really concerned about the low amount of re-enlisted detectives that are being advertised, only 200. It is very low. There are many, many good detectives out there that have left the police services that would like to come back. And I mean, this is obviously in conjunction with the police's retention policy. What incentives are there to retain detectives to ensure that they don't leave the police services and go for greener pastures? Because that is something that we are experiencing on a daily basis. I welcome the psychometric tests that are taking place, but I would also just like to know, how often do officers undergo tests at a shooting range lately to ensure that they're still competent and able to shoot, especially the detectives that are going to be let back in, re-enlisted into the police? And then my last question, Chair, is beyond recruitment and training, what resources are we going to allocate to the detective services? Because as Honourable James said, there is shortages in police stations. I mean, yesterday we went to the anti-gang unit and there's several detectives that are sitting in 3 containers. And the concern is, Chair, that people in high-ranking positions have to share offices with junior members. And this obviously has a massive concern on confidentiality. So what are the police going to put in place to ensure that we address these shortages, and how are they going to enhance operational capabilities? Thank you, Chairperson.
Honourable Skosana.
My question, thank you, Chair. My question, I heard the General saying they are going to Parliament today, so I don't know, but I thought today is budget speech only, and perhaps there's something I'm missing. Number two, the General who said that for recruitment we must send her. I've just forgotten the surname. Was it Nko, if I'm right, but I don't see her anymore here. And or is it Kosi? No, I don't think it's General Kosi. If you can help me on that. And my last part, in short, in all the detectives which are mentioned here, one only province which was not mentioned is the Western Cape. And what's the reason? Because I saw Gauteng is 30, KZN 30, and Eastern Cape 30, and other provinces 16, but there's no Western Cape here. What would be the reason? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Skosana. And then lastly, Honourable Ghana.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thanks for the report. So my general approach to this matter is to say, all right, let's try to solve for the problem that we have, and not the service that we wish we had. And what do I mean by this, Chair? So we do know that there are case backlogs. We do know that the detectives are overburdened with a lot of cases. I think what I want to check is in terms of prioritization of cases. One, the support and especially at the wellness level, that is given to the detectives so that they perform at their optimum. One of the first things that we noticed, especially when we went to do our oversight, Chair, and whilst it's encouraging that the new recruits they get training, or there are new trainings that happen, we experience anecdotally, because I haven't done a full study, that it is the newer detectives that after training, after the service, SAPS has spent money in training detectives, they are the first ones to exit the system in search of greener pastures, obviously given the economic conditions in the country. It's to then check what are the retention strategies that are being used, in a sense that you don't have a situation wherein your best detectives are the first one out of the door. And I would have asked the similar question that Honorable Kolabana has done, in terms of, or has asked, insofar as the preparation, the adequate preparation of the investigating officers for cases that are before the courts. Because in some of the instances, cases get lost or withdrawn on the strength of what the investigating officers say or do not say in front of the magistrate or judges. I want to check the preparation for the appearance in courts. How is that program going, or that particular aspect going? Because if there is, let's call investigation, but then when you appear before the judge, the court, the case gets bungled because of what is being said or not said in front of the magistrate. It's resources, financial and otherwise, wasted. So just to check insofar as that's concerned, and whether the last one, the 4,000 that the president mentioned, is it an additional allocation, or it is the one that it's been presented on this report, that it's already the one that's on the line? We're not talking about an additional 4,000, but it's the 4,000 that was presented to us towards the end of the year. Thanks very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ghana. General Masemola, if I may ask that we, sorry, just in terms of Honorable Skosana, I see General Mkua. I think it's her that you were referring to. She is still on the meeting. But General Masemola, if I may, that we have an overview type of answer, and then we give about 10 minutes for any other answers, and then if there is something in detail that we need written answers for, the members can indicate that to me or to Nicolette or to Babalwa, and then we will arrange accordingly, and we can also discuss it obviously if more detail is needed, because this is critical. General Masemola.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and members and Dean. Honorable Chair, the 4,000 that we are presenting here is the same one that the President spoke about in the SONA, but of course it's divided into numbers to make it easy for members that out of the 4,000, 1,000 will be coming from various police members within the service. So in other words, 1,000 is police members that we are going to recruit, and as and when the detectives open a hold, a station X, let's say DR, they took a visible sergeant there, then General Nkua, then in the next recruitment, she will recruit a new recruit to fill up that specific post at the DR police station. And the remaining 3,000 is the one that is shared in two. The first 1,005 was with the previous allocation that came out of college. They graduated in December, and the 1,005 is the one currently going for college. Just to summarize it, quite easy and quick for the members. And then with regard to the number that we are calling from pension or resignation, the 200, yes, 200 is, we agree, is too low, Honorable Shipley, but unfortunately, it is based on what we have in terms of budgets. We know out there might be more that wants to come back, but based on what we have, we will be calling that number, which is 200. But also, let's not confuse the 200 with those that we will be recruiting anew this current financial year. We do have a 200 that we recruited previously. And with regard to retention strategy, I think a number of honorable members asked about what retention we have. We did ask from the Treasury. We are not sure whether we'll be given this, but we did ask quite an amount which we want to first increase the state, first support our project, and of course, secondly, to make sure that the current detectives as a whole in the country, they receive some detective allowance, which we don't want to bind ourselves on the amount. It will depend on, once we get our final allocation letter, then we will know whether we will be able to afford and how much we will be able to afford. But yes, we intend giving detectives an allowance as a form of attraction, and also increasing their clothing allowance to a reasonable amount that they can be able to buy clothes. So depending what the final allocation letter we will get from the Treasury, we intend implementing these priorities within the new financial year. Let me then allow General Sintumule and General Sibia to answer if there is some that I left out. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. General Sintumule.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I want to start with the issue of accommodation. and specifically mentioned that we are working with supply chain after that need was identified, but also in our in our BPP engagement, we are also looking at buildings that were used by some of the big entities like your Transnet and others. I'm just giving examples where we can have our detectives being housed in those old buildings that maybe are not used or optimally utilized and can be moved over to the police. So it's part of our package of what we are going to engage with business against crime. I will then move to the question of Honorable Shigley and agree with her after noting what she said, that we have identified a number of seasoned detectives who either retired or resigned, who are willing to return to service and make their contribution. So head hunting is definitely our approach. However, I would also like her to engage with us, hearing that she also said there are a number of members that she knows who would like to come back to service. So that would really help us in bringing quality into the organization. Our focus, again, it's on quality whilst addressing quantity, meaning that even though these members left, they will be subjected to all the process, including a psychometric evaluation to determine their suitability, so that we are not using the vacuum cleaner approach, but rather we are assessing quality and making sure that the numbers that we get will make an impact. The National Commissioner did touch on the 200, but I also want to say, Honorable Shigley, on this project, we are looking at a further 753. So that will make it almost 1,000. And we do say the number is low. However, this is what we can work with at the time. And I think any form of assistance from the committee will be welcomed. In terms of maintenance shooting, this is a mandatory requirement for all operational members in the service, including detectives. So members, for example, I signed a call-up instruction yesterday for our detectives as well as forensic service members to go for maintenance shooting at Moloto Training Academy. Honorable Kosana, I do note the error on slide 16. Western Cape is included and it was erroneously omitted. I think maybe the slide just cut over. Chairperson, I think I will stop at this and give General Sibia an opportunity. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, General. General Sabia, I'm going to be very rude, but please try and keep it under 4 minutes. I would like us to conclude at 20 to 1, and then we will, I see DM Boshielo, would you like to say something?
After General Sabia, as we close.
Thank you, DM. General Sabia, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Shooting straight to the point, Chair, I just want to say, are we working with the NPA? Yes, all cases are prosecution-led. When we go to court, we do have consultations that we do with the prosecution. And from the onset, from the very beginning, we have a case plan where the prosecutor is involved and leading the team and writing some instructions in the case docket. So the investigators are working on the footsteps guided by the prosecutor. In some of those cases that are really, because cases differ from case to case, some are intelligence-led, but this one, when we prepare for court, then we work with the prosecutor. But in most cases, they are all prosecutor-driven cases. How many dockets the detective have at the moment? As we indicated that we're talking about 1.9, but in terms of caseload per investigators, those that have 100 cases, between 100 and 200 cases, we do have a specific number. That is mostly where we are focusing our energy in dealing with the backlog. We have 4,346 members that are carrying cases or dockets between 100 and 200. And those that are carrying between 201 and 300, we have 1,308 members. And those that are carrying between 301 and 400 is 519. As you go up, the number will go down, where you have 400. Those that are having 401 to 500 dockets is 245. And those that are having 501 and more is 170. So we are focusing our energy in making sure that we deal with the historical backlog and we have a plan that we've put in place where we are projectizing such workload in making sure that those cases that should have been closed within a period of 2 years and less are closed. And they are not just being closed because we want to close them, but we have put resources in place that will deal with those cases. This includes those members that will contract to come and work on the backlog. And how do we assist the detectives? We do prepare them as they go to court. I'm trying to stay within the less than 4 minutes, Chair. I think I've responded to that, what I had to respond to. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, General Sabia. If there's more detail needed, we will write to you. I want to commend you. You maybe should consider the day you retire, you can become an auctioneer. It was very much to the point. DM Boshielo, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think on what Honorable Konabalet have said, we are serious about this prosecution-led. As I said, it's not only on the official level, also at the ministry level, and we are going to go about doing that. In terms of overseas travel, Honorable Kola Bernard, we have never traveled to overseas. Since I became a deputy minister and Deputy Minister Matal, we never traveled any overseas. So we don't have that issue in our ministry. And then Honorable James, as much as we are trying very hard, that's why we are waiting for the budget. Actually, I'm on my way there. We want to have offices all over where our colleagues can be able to work in a better environment. And for your information, I don't have an office in Pretoria, because of the telecom towers, all those problems. So I also don't have an office. So, but we're trying very much to say, let's prioritize our colleagues so that they can be able to do that. It's not out of, not a will to do that, but it's a question of money, and all of us knows how the budget constraints are dealing with us. In terms of Comrade Honorable Ghana, we agree with you in terms of improving our retention strategy. I know that we turned down another brigadier who was a brigadier in detectives. We could not. I think it's because of funds that we have, but also you need those kind of people. And I agree with you that on this particular one is to deal mainly with the backlog, as General Sibia have said. I think I've tried to catch up within 2 minutes, Chair, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, DM. Colleagues, I am going to close there. There's 1 or 2 remarks that I would like to, but we can mention them at our next session too. I would like to thank everyone for their input today and the detailed input. Thank you for the members, also those who stuck to the topics at hand. I think it's critical for us to dig deep with some of the topics. And then for matters that were raised that weren't necessarily regarding this meeting, but that are important, we will note them and we will then have them discussed at the relevant session of the committee. Thank you, DM, in the minister's absence as well. Thank you. And then General Masemola, to you and the whole team, the SAPS team, thank you very much for detailed presentations today. And we really appreciate the detail today. Thank you and have a good day. I hope we get the budget that we need.
Thanks, Honorable Chair.